County Commission to order. Today is November 14th, and without further ado, we are going to have the Reverend James Servillo please come up and say the invocation for us. Thank you so much for being here. Please stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. Let us pray. Almighty God, who has given us a good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves to be people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable industry, sound learning, pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil. Defend our liberties. Fashion into one united peoples the multitudes brought together from many kindreds and tongues. Endue with the spirit of wisdom those to whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, especially this commission for Pinellas County, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to the law we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In this time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All of this we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Oh, there you are. I saw Secretary Gwynn come in. Excuse me. So we're going to have you up in just a few minutes as soon as we have our citizens to be heard. I don't have the card.
The other way around. He's first.
He's first. Oh, I apologize. Secretary Gwynn, please come up to the podium.
There we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So it's a pleasure to be here today. I've been asked to come and give you an update on some of the FDOT projects in Pinellas County. So I'd be glad at the end to answer any questions you have. I'll try to cover most of the major projects we have that affect Pinellas County. As most of you know, the Tampa Bay Next program, the centerpiece of that being the modernization of our interstate system in the Tampa Bay region, continues to move forward. A lot of the projects I'll talk to you about in the beginning of the presentation are related to that. Outside of Pinellas County, I'll talk about West Shore in a minute because obviously it does directly impact Pinellas County, but we're continuing to move forward on some of our other projects, such as the downtown interchange. We are getting ready to break ground on that, the I-275 and I-4 interchange. That will be moving forward. That is an operational and safety improvement. Basically, a lot of the one-lane ramps will be made into two-lane ramps, which should greatly improve operational efficiency and safety in that interchange. We're also making some rather significant improvements on the I-75 corridor and continue to move forward with the planning studies on the remainder of the system. So the first project I'll mention is the Tampa's West Shore interchange. And obviously, this is a good example, I say even a great example of regional coordination and cooperation. This was a project that the whole region coalesced around. We had lost all of our funding for the project about 7 years ago. And at the time, we were told that the region needs to figure out what they want to do. And we came around this project, this board, as well as counterparts in Pinellas, or in Hillsborough, Pasco, as well as city councils, business communities, all coalesced around this project to get it to the point where it is today. And we are under contract with our joint venture of Superior and Lane Construction. We are in the planning phase, we call it now, but basically what it is we're taking the concept and we're finding ways to make it better, to be more cost-effective and innovative. And we should start construction on this project most likely sometime in the middle of 2024. So moving forward, that project will start in 24. The completion date is probably around 2030, 2031. So it's a long-term project. If you've driven across the Howard Franklin Bridge recently, you've seen a lot of activity, and that project is moving along right on schedule. Really proud of the work that they've made. We've been fortunate the weather's cooperated a little bit better this year. That's a tough project to build out there on the water. If the winds get too high, the cranes have trouble. But they've been able to make great progress. We anticipate opening that new bridge at the end of 2024, so just about a year from now. And then the following year will be spent primarily taking down the original 1960 bridge and then doing the final touches. And so by the end of 2025, we will have that completed. One thing we get asked a lot about is what have we done on the bridge other than just the traffic? Obviously, we're going to have some additional lanes of capacity on the bridge, but we also are going to have a pedestrian bicycle facility that will run and connect to the trail systems on both the Hillsborough and Pinellas side. We also have set up the middle of it to be strong enough to accommodate light rail in the future, should that be something that materializes in the future. So it is, if you drive over now and you see it, some of the beams are more closely spaced than others. That's where the light rail in the future could go. I get asked about, would it accommodate Brightline? No, it won't accommodate heavy rail, but it will accommodate up to light rail. So Gateway, the Gateway Expressway project has taken a little longer than we originally anticipated, but the good news is we're looking now at February opening that project to traffic. So we should be able to open up all the road to traffic in February and then complete the project by early summer. So we would expect in a couple of months from now to start talking about the opening of it, and that'll provide great relief to that section of the county. We also got some good news this year out of Governor DeSantis' Moving Florida Forward program. That was a package of 20 projects around the state. The section of I-275 from 38th Avenue North to 4th Street North, basically through the existing Gateway project down to 38th, to add additional express lane capacity through there, was part of that. And so we'll be starting that project in 2025. Much sooner than we had anticipated. That's about $339 million. We're actually designing it now, so it's not a design build or design bid project, or a design build project. It's a bid build project, so it'll start much quicker than when we award a design build project that takes a year or so to design. So you should see construction starting shortly after we let that project. Now we know there's questions about noise walls. We will be putting noise walls along the entire route, anywhere where there's a receptor. In other words, there's some areas that maybe there's nobody living there, or it may not be an area that needs noise walls, but anywhere where there's residential, commercial, that sort of development, we will be putting noise walls in as part of that project. There's 2 more segments left on 275 in Pinellas County. The first is from 38th Avenue North down to 375. That's to complete that section of the express lanes. That project, we are currently designing it. It has about $130 million construction estimate. We don't anticipate, well, we have a little bit of right-of-way to buy, about $20 million worth of right-of-way. But the construction we'll be going after next. It's not funded, but I think once we get the design done, hopefully if money becomes available, it can move to the top of the list. And then the final part is the last 4.5 miles or so, what we call lane continuity, so that we can get it where you can actually stay in the same lane, 2 different lanes, all the way from Sunshine Skyway up to Howard Franklin and not have to change lanes. That's about $100 million. We don't need any right-of-way for that. That's good. And so we are still looking for the construction money for that. Also, we'll be working with the MPO and others on the I-175 modifications. This is looking at what could be done to the I-175 corridor. We're looking at we will be looking at several options. One could be a viaduct type of a system where you have maybe 1 lane in each direction that's up on a structure, and underneath is road that's more open to the community and provides better cross access underneath. Also look at a boulevard option, which would bring most of it down to grade. I know there's been concerns with the trauma center being able to access the interstate. So a lot of things to work out on that, but we'll be working on that study starting in fiscal year 25. Now, on the Clearwater side, as you know, we've been doing a lot of work on US 19. We just started on our latest project. This, of course, is the most heavily traveled arterial in Pinellas County. It's part of the strategic intermodal system. We recently started construction on the next segment of converting from an arterial roadway to a controlled access facility with frontage roads. This will include a new interchange at Curlew Road, as well as sort of an interchange north of Boy Scout Road where you can change directions underneath sort of U-turn options there. And there's also a pedestrian bridge and pedestrian underpass. That's about a $240 million project. Because of the tight construction area, it does take a long time to build, so that's about a 5-year construction period. We also are just about complete with another pedestrian overpass at Harn Boulevard, so that was about an $8 million project. We should be opening that up next month, and so that'll be another opportunity for pedestrians to be able to cross over US 19 in the limited access area. Over in Palm Harbor, we just ended up finishing the construction on the Florida Avenue roundabout. We know that it was kind of a tough construction. It's tight in there, and I know we got a lot of input from the public as it was under construction. It seems that now that it's open, that's kind of calmed down and people have figured out how to use it. Hopefully it's an asset to the community, but that's been completed and is open to traffic now. Another project that was brought to us by the community was on Skinner Boulevard, and that was more of a complete streets project in the downtown area. So that will be providing one 10 to 12-foot travel lane in each direction, along with 7-foot bicycle lanes, 10-foot concrete sidewalks, and a raised median, on-street parking with transit accommodations, and 2 roundabouts. We're expecting to start that construction this coming May. Drew Street is another project that has gotten a lot of attention. We've heard a lot of opinions on different sides of Drew Street. As you know, it's a very high crash corridor, and we have been approached by the city of Clearwater to do a lane repurposing, basically taking it from a 4-lane to a 3-lane road. Although I wasn't here then, maybe some of you all were, I found out, interestingly enough, it appears that I always wondered why was that a state road? It's like a 2-mile section of road that doesn't really connect to other state roads. It goes between a city street and a county road. But I guess back in maybe the 80s, when they were building State Road 60, reconstructing it, they used that as a detour route. And when they used it as a detour route, they took over maintenance, and we never gave it back. So we've kept it all this time. And at the time, apparently it wasn't a 4-lane road, but because it was a detour, they wanted to get as much capacity on that road. So put it down to 4 9-foot, 10-foot lanes, pretty narrow for current standards. And the request was to put that back to more of a 3-lane section, 1 lane in each direction, wider sidewalks, a safer roadway. It's about a $15 million project. Last year, the legislature asked us to take another look at the traffic, and we're in the process of doing that now, and we'll be coming back to present the results of that. And that project, which was originally scheduled for construction this year, has been moved out to fiscal year 26. Also, another project that's been getting a lot of discussion is down in the Marina District, US 1934th Street South from 54th Avenue to 22nd. Essentially, that's what we call a complete streets project. One of the major things that was desired in that project was to make it a more multimodal corridor. As many of you probably know, when you're going on US 19, the traffic volumes drop significantly when you get south of the interstate interchange. And so through the lane elimination studies that were done, it was determined that 1 lane could be converted to a business access and transit lane. In other words, instead of 6 traffic lanes, now there'll be 4, and the outside lanes will be a turn lane to get in and out of businesses, as well as being used for transit. Through our studies, we found that right lane a lot of times was being used for that purpose a lot of times anyway. It is one of the highest frequency bus routes in the area. And, but what we also did is said that after a year of implementation, we're going to go out and study it. And obviously, if the traffic conditions are not up to standards, then it is easy in that case to be able to switch it back should that be a need that arises. Construction is underway. It should be complete about a year from now.
Hold on, 1 second, Mr. Secretary. Commissioner Peters?
So on that transit lane, the red lanes,
Yes.
now, are you doing that on First Avenue and Pasadena Avenue? Because, boy, there's a whole lot of people that hate that, especially on Pasadena Avenue. I mean, I don't know if you remember, but DOT doesn't even do work on Pasadena Avenue because the congestion is so bad during the day. And during high season, it's terrible. And the law enforcement officers I've talked to said they can't even enforce it because there's so many visitors that don't understand it. And there's a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration. And matter of fact, one of our state representatives is very frustrated with it, I know you are aware of that. So are you going back and looking at that after a year, like you're saying you're going to do on 34th Street?
So we're going to always look at it. So, and in fact, I'm meeting with Representative Cheney Friday to go over some of the history as well as how we make decisions and what we do. And quite honestly, the Sunrunner project even started before I got into this office, so I had to go back before my time to see the entire history of it. And there's a lot of history in terms of support for the project that was supportive and then not supportive and back and forth. I do know there's a lot of people now who say that it's a traffic issue. We did do a traffic study, and when I say traffic study, we have permanent count stations out there that collect data all year round, so it's just really pulling the data back and looking at it.
No.
We looked at the travel speeds that were in prior to the project, and we looked at the travel speeds after, and it's within about 1 mile per hour. Now, people that say they drive it say that, qualitatively, without like a measurer, they feel like the congestion has gotten worse. The data doesn't show that, but we certainly will continue to monitor it, and if it gets to the point where we have to make a change, we would. As you remember, that project was the first real premium transit project that we were able to get the federal government to participate in. Mm-hmm. And so it was a big landmark, and there seemed to be a lot of support for it. But as you know and I know, there's always going to be folks on both sides of it. I would never get any interstate project built if I based it on having unanimous support. So I know it's a tough one, but we will continue to monitor it. But for now, we're seeing that the travel speeds and travel times are staying about the same as they were before. So we don't see a real need to have to change it at this point. but we
Okay,
will
so
continue to monitor.
my experience is Pasadena Avenue during spring break, I won't even travel it. I will go a different way. First Avenue, I dislike it so much, I don't travel it anymore, so now I do Fifth Avenue North. And I think the traffic on Fifth Avenue North has significantly increased as a result of people who no longer want to drive on First Avenue North or South. And so I don't know if you're monitoring that, because when you squeeze something here, it's going to go somewhere else. And so I think what's happened is, and that's Fifth Avenue is much more residential than First Avenue. And so now you've got significantly more traffic there as a result of squeezing the balloon over here. So I was just curious if you're going to study that or look at that, or, don't get me wrong, I'm supportive of transit. Didn't like this layout and design at all. And you had two cities that vehemently said they didn't want it going through their city, yet we put it through their city anyways. And they have been very vocal about that. And so I was just curious about, if you're going to look back on the 34th, and I know we're getting the phone calls on 34th Street too. So I was just curious if you're looking back on that, and I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Secretary. Commissioner Latvala, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, going back to Drew Street, when will that traffic analysis be complete?
We should have that done about the end of the year, is that right, Justin? Early next year, yeah, we're collecting the land use data, updating it, running it through the models, making sure we take into account anything that's changed as far as input we've received from the city.
Is there by chance any preliminary results that you can share from it?
I hate to share any preliminary results because they may change, and all I've heard is that they're in the process of putting it through. Because we moved it out to fiscal year 26, which means the earliest it could start would be about 1.5 years from now. We should have enough time to do all the public involvement, to brief all of the bodies like yourself on the results, and then be able to see where we go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please continue.
All right. Also, in fall of next year, we'll be starting the construction of a pedestrian bicycle overpass out on the Courtney Campbell. This is one that will connect Bayshore Trail and the Courtney Campbell Trail, so that is going to go under construction fall of 2024. We're also continuing to study out on Gandy Boulevard. We've been looking at widening with grade separation on the Pinellas side. We have design that's already been, is it underway? Just, this is in 23, but I think we've we've got a consultant selected. We'll be starting on that. Right away in construction right now is not funded, but if we get it designed, again, a lot of times when we get projects designed, if money becomes available, we can ask for it because we would already have the design done. So a lot going on in the county, a lot going on in the region. As you know, a couple other items I'll just mention is, and I think this is not just DOT, but we are seeing a lot of inflationary impacts on our projects. And I think in talking to cities and counties and others, everybody's kind of having that now. We are revisiting some of our projects, not in terms of delaying projects. So far, we've been able to keep all our projects in the program, but what we've had to do in some cases is look at maybe repackaging them a little bit. And maybe we'll, so we may have a project here or there where we may have to delay a portion of it, or we may need to take one feature out of it and fund it later on. But for the most part, we've been hanging in there on that. But I bring that up just as something that we're facing, and I think our whole industry is facing. And I just close it out with safety. The good news is in the Tampa Bay region, or District 7, in 2023, we had about a 15% drop in fatalities. And so far this year, we've had a drop of about 14% on top of that 15%. So we're seeing some really good improvement. A couple areas that I'm really proud of. One is our partnering with law enforcement agencies. Some of you may have seen some of the recent kind of where they saturated areas that have had a high preponderance of fatality and serious injury crashes, to not just give out tickets, although that's a part of it, but to educate. They give out probably more warnings than they give out tickets. Now, obviously, the people going 120 miles an hour across, they're going to get a ticket. But for a lot of them, it's starting to let them know, hey, this is a dangerous road. You're contributing to the danger on this road. Please slow down, be more responsible. And we also have been partnering with high schools, because a lot of the high schools, for whatever reason, are no longer having the driver education programs. And last year alone, we partnered with about 50 high schools. We reached about 11,000 students, and we're continuing to go into the high schools to provide driver education, because we do know through the statistics that teen drivers are at a much higher percentage than they are a percentage of the population in terms of the number of crashes. So hopefully we can continue to drive those fatality and serious injury numbers down. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. We see a lot of each other now, which is really good. Thank you for that overview. I know that when I served on T-BARTA, when we were still fully operational, we were in a lot of discussions about that light rail coming across so that persons would be able to then connect in Tampa to Brightline or any other type of transportation. So that may still be on the board, but just through a whole nother entity as a result of T-BARTA going away. But what I am curious to know is, because I think you were present when the vice president of CSX Railways came and spoke with us, and when we really kind of pressed him about, well, would you just sell us the lines since you're not doing anything with it? And he finally admitted, no, we're not going to sell the lines. Has there been any additional movement? I know some other government entities have said they've communicated with CSX, and maybe now they're softening a little bit. But have you had any additional conversations with them, or?
So the main message that I hear from CSX, now they don't always say this directly, but you can tell what they're getting at is, we don't want to give you an answer when you don't really have anything for us to react to. In other words, you don't have a funded project. You have no commitments from anybody to fund this system. If you have a commitment from the local government agencies to help to fund a construction project and then operate and maintain a system, then maybe we have something to talk about. But they're like, for us to say a position now when you don't have a position to show us that we can react to, I think they feel like if they say something now, who knows what it could be 10 years from now or 5 years from now, or when we may come with some kind of an actual viable proposal to show them. So I think we're not going to really know what they would really do until we show them something that has the potential to be a real project.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Thank you for the work that you do, though. Really appreciate it.
thank you.
Commissioners, anyone else have a question for Commissioner Eggers?
Also wanted to just say, really appreciate the relationship that you and FDOT have built with WIT at our MPO, Forward Pinellas, as well as the county, and working closely with us on many, many projects. The partnership has always been there, but the partnership is really excellent right now, and I attribute that mostly to the changes that occurred since you took over the leadership. I also want to say that I'm not quite sure how the three counties have come together this year, Pasco, Hillsborough, and Pinellas, to have meeting. We've had two, first time we've ever done that. And I give a lot of credit to Barry, a lot of credit to commissioners in other areas being open to it. But I also give credit to you because I know you've been at least a voice for regional cooperation. And you mentioned that State Road 60, I-275. It really started with WIT and the MPO, and it gained steam. It was interesting that all the cities and counties got on board, and Hillsborough was the last to get on board with something in their own county. But again, I think that spoke to the regional approach. Most of the work we do are right within our own city, our cities and counties. But there's a lot of things that need to be looked at regionally, and you've been a champion for that. I know the state has wanted us to look at a regional MPO for transportation, roads, and that kind of thing. And I just really wanted to say thank you for that. And just so you know, when he says that they'll look at a project after it's been implemented to see if it's still working, especially those that would be easy to convert back. It's true, and I think on the roundabout, that certainly was the case. I kept telling everybody, if it doesn't work, the secretaries told me he'll just come in and take it out. So I think it relaxes people just a little bit to understand that let's wait and see. The professionals think this is the way to go, and we'll see what happens down the road. But since you're teaching kids in high school how to drive cars, if you can do that with kids in high school driving golf carts, it would be really helpful. Thank you.
Driving
because
what
they
cars?
golf carts.
Oh, golf
Because they
carts.
just think that it's not a real car sometimes, and it's just goofy what you see. But thank you again for all your efforts. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Secretary, could you give us an example when you say that the new bridge, the Howard Franklin, won't accommodate Brightline, for example, should we be able to bring it over here? What, is the trams that go back and forth out at the airport, is that an example of light rail?
Yes, something similar to that, light rail. Unfortunately, we don't have one anywhere nearby that you can point to, but, you know, a commuter rail like Sunrail over in Orlando or Brightline is a big diesel engine like a freight train. And it's a type of a commuter rail system is one that probably has stops every 3 to 4 miles, comes once an hour. It's more of a longer haul. Whereas light rail is more nimble. It can stop every half mile or however long, you know, and it can start and stop quicker, be more nimble, but it's also very much lighter. If you were going to accommodate a heavy rail, you'd pretty much have to have a separate bridge to put it on because it would require a much heavier infrastructure than what a light rail would.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that for me in my mind. I appreciate it very much. Thank you again for being here. I always appreciate the thoughtful way you go about doing your business, and I look forward to hopefully working with you again soon. Hopefully.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. And now we will do citizens to be heard, and the first person is Andrea Wells.
Hello.
Hello.
Fact, of the 7,821 animals which entered the SPCA last year, 3,538 of them didn't make it out of there alive. Fact, the county forces its citizens to use the SPCA as a subcontracted animal agency. Fact, no contract for this animal disposal agency actually currently exists. Fact, the 5-year initial term of the county's agreement with the SPCA began in 2015 and was not renewed. It expired on 12/07/2020, nearly 3 years ago. Fact, the county's contracted animal agent disposes of animals sent to SPCA's facility off of public record. Fact, deferral of animals to SPCA's killing of them improves the county's outcome statistics. The ill-conceived agreement with the SPCA smokescreen use served a short-sighted purpose. It was born of desperation, and the county system became reliant upon the crutch facade. Members of the commission have insisted that they be held harmless regarding the SPCA's puppy mill antics. We'd be happy to hold everybody harmless, except the same county forces its citizens to hold hands with their harmful practices. We call to cut out the middleman. We further call to end the need to have any middleman off screen doing the county's dirty work. We call for an end of endless dirty work needing to be done. The call is accomplished by enactment of the Excess Pet Relief Act. It is outlined in the petition addressed to you. I have one here I'll give you later. Its premise is adopted from Volusia County's code, which proved to be award-winning best practices in the state last year and affords further evidence that spay-neuter insistence enactment is overdue here. The purpose is described in their code this way. The county has determined that the unintended and uncontrolled breeding of dogs and cats within the county leads to too many dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens being unwanted, becoming strays, suffering privation and death, being impounded and euthanized, at great expense to the community. Also, it's constituting a public nuisance and public health hazard. It is therefore declared that every feasible means of reducing the number of unwanted dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens be encouraged. I'll email you the petition as well as the hard copy with hundreds of signatures and invite you to meet before the December 12th BOCC meeting in person about specifics.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Morgan Lavender Lowe. Morgan? Is she here? No? Okay. David Balaguetis Jr.
Hi, good afternoon. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor, over by that roundabout. Let's say that our so-called founding fathers assailed 3 ships, 3 constitutions, seen as the former, the latter, and the last resort in the Federalist Papers. As assailed, George Washington, Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson would all need a place to dock or berth such ships. Last commission meeting, October 31st, agenda item 13, the attorney presenting the subject compacted in a parallel sense 3 ships all on one dock. As explained, the first dockage is covered. It provides or gives cover to accompany a second place of berth. The second dock has a hoist on it. It is equipped and gives rise to or lifts a third into place. The framework of the third is currently just being staked out. The parameters of such are still somewhat spacious and not fully formed and are difficult to see. The 14th Amendment, amending an existing legal platform, in a sense, is seen as a dock extension used to depart one ship and to board another ship of a different character. The Declaration of Independence is symbolic of a floating dock. It's a floating document which can be used either as preamble to Hamilton's first Constitution or his second Constitution. 3 constitutional voyages with an amendment used to extend an existing legal platform, further accompanied by a floating document serving to birth a secret, undisclosed commercial enterprise on a high seas booze cruise as constituted. Drunken sailors rebelliously subverting code requirements, hoping to invoke appropriation rights contrived on an artificial riparian claim as encompassed. Such conflagrated sailors are in total violation of maritime law. The bearings of such sailors are rogue. Their undertakings, they do not pass inspection, and their vessels have sailed into waters of such that do not meet legal requirements. Thank you.
Lois Larson.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Lois Larson. I live at 798 Belted Kingfisher Drive North, Palm Harbor, which is next to the dead end of County Road 39 in Piper's Meadow neighborhood. We bought our house 2.5 years ago because it backed onto the neighborhood park behind us. There's 2 lakes, a bunch of grass, and a whole lot of trees. Last summer, the county allowed the dead end, which is right between the 2 lakes, to be a laydown for the repaving of Belcher Road and Sierra 39, and it was horrible. Literally, diesel trucks ran from noon on, although if you drove there, the construction was not allowed till 8 p.m. Never understood that. This summer, the county gave Frontier Communications a permit without an end date to use the dead end to store industrial trailer, pull boxes, gravel, and these enormous cable reels. Most of the summer, they used the whole dead end, including leaving a cable roll right against the curb next to our house during Hurricane Idalia. Then they moved it back to the end, but it's now right between the 2 ponds. Flatbed trucks drive in and out all time. At one point, there were 2 coming at each other. Wasn't sure where I was supposed to go, because they have to have flatbeds to move the reels, I guess. So, Pinellas County Code, Chapter 122, Section 37, and some of you got this in the mail, specifically forbids storage and parking of any construction equipment and trailers of any kind in residential zoning districts, this is a quote from the code, to prevent traffic and safety problems endangering the lives and property of citizens of the county, to prevent unsightly appearances in residential areas, and to prevent the diminution of property values. Please note that this same section defines a residential zoning district as the boundaries of an area of the unincorporated part of the county, which we are in, designated by a single zone residential classification with uniform regulations, so any single zone with uniform use regulations, including the private and public properties, so including public CR 39, okay? So it's actually forbidden. Commissioner Eggers, thank you, nice to meet you, actually drove out and looked at the junk, I keep trying to say, the industrial storage, and he was pretty surprised that it was in the middle of our park, and has been working to help us get it removed since. This morning, I received notification from your office. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you, Lois, for getting a hold of me, and I've also conveyed to your HOA vice chair, vice president, that apparently on Monday they'll be moving all of it out of there. That's the plan this coming Monday. So it should be out, and the only thing that might be remaining until after Thanksgiving would be the fence, and that'll go as quickly as possible. So the FDOT, the Pinellas County, and the utility company have been working together to find another location, and that has been successful. So, yep.
Okay,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Greg Pound?
Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I'd like to speak on families in Pinellas County. This comes out of Romans chapter 1, and it says here, and likewise also, it says, and for this cause God gave them up to vile affections, for even the women did change the natural use of the men into that which is not natural. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural relations of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which is meet, their judgment from God. You know, it's amazing. I quoted this verse many times. Chapter Psalms 9:16 says, "For the wicked shall be turned into hell, and the nation that forgets God." Do you know where the word gay comes from? If you look in the Hebrew, it comes from the word hell. Gehenna. It's the valley of death. And what happens when you have a culture that's accepting this perversion and teaching it to children? We're not going to reproduce ourselves, two men. And that's why I've been in this battle with Pinellas County. This county has led the way in confiscating children and then adopting them out to these sodomites in the state of Florida. And when it's a $30 billion business in the state of Florida, DCF, family court, the whole family system, and I talked about it at the last meeting, the scam they were running about domestic violence to separate the children from their fathers. This is a crime against humanity and against the people. And it's not a coincidence. You look for it yourself. Just go look at the word hell, look at it in the Hebrew, and you're going to see the word gay. Okay? This is called, that's the word for death. And then the next part of Hinnom is the valley of death. And so what happens is, what happened in Israel just a couple weeks ago? Do you know they were having that big transgender party with thousands of transgenders who had their body members cut off? And you think that's a mistake? You don't see God judging Israel? You go look at the gay pride parades in Israel every year, where they're defiling the very place where the Creator at one time inhabited, the Shekinah glory was in Jerusalem. And now they've turned it into Sodom and Gomorrah. And this is what we're doing. And if this country and our leaders don't see this, you're destroying yourself. It makes people slaves. Sex outside of marriage is worse than drugs, anything else. That's the number one thing that will destroy people's lives. It's supposed to be one man, one woman, till death do you part. This needs to be taught in our public school system to protect our children. They'll never have a problem with drugs. They stay away from sex outside marriage. You'll have no drug problems. They'll have no need for them. And this is what we've got in our society. If America doesn't repent, if you don't start reading this Bible, do word studies, look at the word and see what it says. The life of being a gay is not a gay life. It's a life of hell, and it's a life of burning lust. These people are controlled by their lust, and it's destroying them, and it's destroying us. And if the leadership in a country don't see it, just read your Bible. Just read it. Study it. Thank you.
Pastor Mac Johnson.
Afternoon there, commissioners, and all my brothers and sisters of life, and all that God is doing in our world. I'm just so excited to have the opportunity to actually share with our friends and brothers and acquaintances and all of that. And really, I just had a few words I wanted to share. And I do thank the Lord for my privilege of working with the county, years ago. I did about 15 years altogether, and it was very exciting. It kind of reminded me of military a little bit. I was in the military. I went to find life, and I didn't find anybody that knew life. I really didn't. And finally, as I concluded, that nobody knows life. And as I concluded with that, and I'm not going to get into it, then of course God showed me that life is really real. And real life, and some people say church and state don't go together. No, we're all either church or state or church and state. In this case, it's church and county. And so all of us are that. Now, if one part of us have it together to where we know what life's about, it's our duty to share that with others. And that's why, I feel it's my duty to stand and share what life is like. I had a verse here from Psalm 127, and it says this. It says, except the Lord build a house, they labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman, he awaketh, but in vain. In other words, God say to us early on in the Bible, except the Lord build a house. Now what we find as we study scriptures, and that's what have encouraged me about the Bible more than anything, it defines itself. And so as we've studied the scripture, we found that the house that God is talking about is really mankind himself. And so the thing is, a lot of us have learned how to live life another way, but God's word is the only way to live life. And so what we find is the house that God is talking about, I say again, is each of us. Except God build us, all that work we do, all the money we make, the big old bridges we build. I want to commend you guys for the great work that you're doing here in our county. I'm kind of laid back now and watching it all go, but I see it all. It's wonderful. But the word says, except God build it, you're laboring in vain. And that's why a lot of people live their lives, and they get to the end of their life, and they say, what did you accomplish? Nothing.
Pastor
Because he
Mackey,
didn't let God do it.
time is up. Thank you. Okay, I have a card here, and I'm just going to say this. It's really important that you fill these cards out with your... Is your name Norris?
Yeah, I'm Norris McCray. Put that on there.
Okay. And hold on. Please wait till you're at the microphone. Go ahead. So Norris McKay, can you also... Can you also... Got it. Can you also tell us what your address is?
1295 Church Street, Largo, Florida. Same as the pastor.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Now, how everybody doing? I want to say that.
Move over one podium. Thank you.
All right. Now I feel crazy. Now how everybody doing? Now that feel better. Oh, I love God just like the last two guys was up here. I'm not up here to say nothing about that. I'm up here to say something about police and our court system. Our police are still doing the same thing they did in '88 to the black man, to the young black man. He's still doing the same thing, and they still putting the young black man in jail for nothing. Still taking the young black man to jail for nothing, doing these things to the young black man. Black officer pull me. He does what he's supposed to do by law. The white police pull me, and he goes all around the law to make me look guilty, but he just broke the law. But in the courthouse, being that he broke the law, finding me in breaking the law, he's justified because he broke the law. Finding me in breaking the law, we're gonna justify that. That's not right. Because we make these rules for the police not to do, but the police still break their laws and make them as they go. That's why I do not like the police, none of them. My cousins that are police, I don't get along with them because I know they do the same thing. Y'all just straighten y'all police out, man.
Thank you. Al Andriansky.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Dransky, and I live at 782 Belted Kingfisher Drive North. I'm neighbors of Lois, who spoke earlier about the CR39 industrial storage in Piper's Meadow subdivision. And I'm also a Florida licensed professional engineer, and I would like to, I specialize in industrial design and environmental impacts of industrial projects on Florida environment. So therefore, I would like to address some technical issues with the permit that was issued to the Frontier subcontractor. And the permit was, since it was open-ended, it didn't have any expiration date, I would assume that would have to meet Florida building codes requirement. They also installed a 40 by 8 modular office building, which because it will be considered a permanent, because they have no expiration date, this would have to meet the anchoring requirement of Florida building code and the anchoring of the office so it doesn't endanger the neighborhood would have to be designed and sealed by Florida professional engineering, which wasn't done. Also, the industrial storage is located between two large lakes, which over time became home for several wild bird species and turtles. The animals usually walk their young between the two ponds, and the storage area interferes with these actions. The west side of this area is an environmental sensitive area, and no studies have been performed on the effects of this storage on the environment, and there was no wild survey performed by a Florida licensed biologist, and so on and so on. Since this is a permanent storage, usually a stormwater pollution prevention plan has to be developed as required by a multi-sector generic permit for stormwater discharges associated with industrial activities. The basis of this permit are federal regulations and Florida DEP regulations under Chapter 62621 Florida Administrative Code. The permit is issued by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which wasn't done. As Lois mentioned before, the industrial storage. Thank you very much.
Your time is up. Elizabeth Olson?
Madam Chair, I believe Ms. Olson's appearing via Zoom. Ms. Olson, can you hear us? Please unmute when prompted.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Okie doke.
Ms. Olson?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Olson. I'm a 24-year resident of Pinellas County. I live on Jeffrey Drive in Palm Harbor. I'm the founder of Rescue Pink, a 501c3 nonprofit animal rescue. I've been a volunteer at Pinellas County Animal Services since 2009, working with the directors on various ordinances throughout the years, including the unanimously passed anti-tethering law and breeder law updates. I'm here today to say I'm 100% against the now paused SPCA partnership with Pinnacle Pet and Sunshine Puppies. I am clearly not alone, as there have been national and local outrage about this partnership. Nationwide, this is something people will not accept. But this brings back to the forefront the fact that we're the only county that has not banned retail pet stores in our area. I personally just helped a woman rehome a Maltese she bought from one of these stores. She called me in tears asking me to help find a home for the dog because she has to go into a nursing home. She said she still owes $800 on the dog even after a year of making payments, and she doesn't know how she's going to do that and also pay her medical bills. This is causing her great anxiety at this difficult time in her life. These stores continue to take advantage of our community. I would like to suggest we revisit shutting down the 6 retail pet stores in Pinellas County. Thank you.
Anika Charo? Madam Clerk, is she on Zoom as well?
Madam Chair, she pre-registered for Zoom. However, I do not see her in a Zoom application.
Okay, so,
If she appears, I can let you know.
and she's not in the audience, I am assuming? Okay, so now we will move on to the consent agenda. It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. And now we are on item number 9. Oh, wait, hold on. Give me a minute here. Okay, number 16.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item number 16 is purchasing authorization with Johnson Controls for HVAC system parts and related services. They provide services at various county buildings.
It's been moved and approved. It's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Peters and Commissioner Latvala. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and now we are on 17.
Item number 17 is a resolution to declare a county-owned property located at 4017 56th Avenue North as surplus and approve and execute a purchase and sale agreement to sell the property to the Florida Dream Center.
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Flowers. Before we vote, we have a couple of members of our community who wish to speak. So let's hear from Laura Simkenich.
Simcanich.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Laura Simcanich. I've been a Lellman resident since 1954. Yeah, I was born and raised here. I am currently president of the Lellman Community Association and have been since 2018. I am also a member of the Lellman Engagement Committee as well as the Lex Collective Impact Group. I volunteer for the Lellman Fire Department, PAL, and the Florida Dream Center. I've been volunteering for the Florida Dream Center since 2015, and I've seen the impact that they have done on Lellman in the past 8 years. We have provided to the Lellman residents several million pounds of food, thousands of toys, thousands of Thanksgiving meals, thousands of hygiene and clothing items, case management services, and they have removed tons of trash and debris. The residents are grateful to them. Some may only need services for a short period of time, while others may need full case management with wraparound services to help them get on their feet. This is what makes Florida Dream Center special. They find a need, they fill a need no matter what it is. The Florida Dream Center is also a secondary school certified to teach forklift training, construction, and next year will be welding and plumbing. Over 800 people have earned their certificates there, paving the way to make a better life for themselves and their families. Many of these students are low-risk inmates who want to succeed when they get out of jail. A great example is Caesar, who was in jail for 8 years. Caesar earned his certificate, obtained a job, and was swiftly promoted in 2 months, and today he oversees 4 buildings and 8 men. The Florida Dream Center played a significant role in providing the tools that he needed to succeed. The second chance he was provided completely changed his life for the better, and he's not the only one. Most of you have heard of Ray Neary. And I'm a member of the association because of him. And most of you know him as the unofficial mayor of Lellman. Ray was instrumental in making many improvements in the area. And when Steve Cleveland contacted Ray to discuss bringing the Florida Dream Center to Lellman, Ray set up a meeting with leaders to show support and show how they could help the Florida Dream Center. Ray Neary had faith in what the Dream Center could do for the Lellman area, and he was right. With the support of the local organizations, including LCA, we have made a huge impact on Lellman. If they were to lose their location, there would be a large population that would go hungry, go without lights, and may not be able to keep their homes. They have built up their reputation in Lellman, they must stay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see him. Steve Cleveland? He's here. Is he? Where is he? Oh, there you are.
I'm only here to speak if you need me to speak, if needed.
Well,
I mean, I appreciate everything, but I can speak, or
Speak.
if you have questions, I can answer questions. But we appreciate the opportunity to keep serving Lillman and the rest of Pinellas County, and through our main office, and we hope to keep growing and do the more that we're doing already. In the 9 years that we've been in Lillman, it's been a blessing, and we've learned a lot. So, but I only wanted really to speak if you needed me to speak, Commissioner.
okay. Any questions for Steve? Commissioner Eggers?
Go
Yeah.
over to the mic.
Yeah,
Yes,
Steve, just for the record, because I've had some questions about the process of finding a place, and you all looked outside of the area. You looked inside of the area, inside of Lellman. And just for the record, I'm guessing that you found nothing outside the area and nothing inside the area that you could move your operations to, and then therefore provide that land that you're sitting on as additional housing. So the question is, could you not find any other site for your headquarter facilities? That was my question. So.
We looked at a facility in Pinellas Park, and we were going to do a joint venture with another developer that wanted to buy half the building, and we were going to buy the other half. However, that deal fell through, not on the behalf of the Florida Dream Center or on Rick. It was the owner decided not to sell at the last minute. Then we looked at other areas within Joe's Creek, in Lillman, trying to keep our organization in Lillman to keep supporting the hundreds of people that we support every day. And that's why we didn't really go outside of the Lillman area very much.
Okay. So the motivation for looking outside to begin with was just trying to understand that.
Rick Herman approached us. He owns a building in Lillman. It's a workforce training, not workforce training, I'm sorry, it's a labor force building. And he approached us. He's been supporting the Dream Center for years and said, hey, I've got this building, let's go look at it. And then it collapsed. He didn't move in it, nobody got it. The owners kept it.
And then nothing else within the Lellman area that you...
We looked everywhere. We looked in Joe's Creek. We looked at a boutique where they made $10,000 dresses. Nothing was fitting, and nothing we could find within the price range that we were going to be able to afford.
Okay. Well, my questions have nothing to do with the service that you're delivering to the community. I really appreciate all the hard work that you guys have done, all the volunteers, all the workers, and all that you've done and meant for Lellman. So my only concern was providing more housing. And so if there was a place to have that headquarters in Lellman, it might have been a good thing, but you're saying you couldn't find anything, so staying put was really your only alternative.
Well, we looked, and we did, and we worked hard for a year and a half looking with the help of the community. There is a development going right next door to the Florida Dream Center that is going to be low income, and they're going to need help. And we're there to help them with what they need also.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. First of all, I understand and recognize all of the great things you guys do in Lellman, and we visited there and appreciate all the good work that you do in the community. I have just some concerns with donating property and structure to not-for-profits. I'm not supportive of that. and this is in no way reflection of the good work that they do in the community. And I believe, as Commissioner Eggers said as well, I believe that the best and highest use of this property really is for housing that provides affordability in that area, which you're saying that it's, you can't find any other place to move your operation. So I would just prefer that we retain ownership of that property and structure and just continue with our lease agreement and not donate a $1.2 million piece of property to a not-for-profit. So that's just so I won't be supporting this, but not because of the work that Dream Center does in the community. They do great things. I just don't like the aspect of the deal. So, thank you.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe Tom could come up and explain the financials, that we're not donating the building, we're selling the building. They received a grant like other nonprofits in the ARPA process. And not only that, if they cease operations doing the services that they're currently doing, we get the building back. Unless someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that's the information I had heard. But I am confused by a lot of the questions today that we've been discussing this project for well over a year now. It was in our ARPA grant. It was in a top-ranked thing. We knew this was the plan back in April when these were moved forward by the foundation. But Mr. Almonte.
Tom Almonte, Assistant County Administrator. The Dream Center applied for ARPA dollars, as you mentioned. They received $1.8 million, I believe. About $600,000 will go to repair the facility. It needs a new roof, it needs significant upgrade in the facility. The remaining of those dollars is the portion of the sale of the property. Those dollars will go back to the penny fund because penny dollars were used to purchase that property, to reinvest in affordable housing. So that's the high level of the transaction.
So that $1.2 million will go back into our land assembly fund for future housing purchases.
And the agreement that's before you includes some restrictions. The property has to remain providing services to the community the way it's now. If at any given point that's not the case, the property will reverse back to the county. So we will maintain ownership of the property if that's not the case. And it removed the county from the responsibility of ongoing maintenance and repair, which is currently the case.
So it's a win-win. Anything else for Tom? Commissioner Scott? None.
So if the Dream Center ceased operations, would we have to buy it back?
Reverts back to the county.
It would just, we have first right of refusal, or would automatically revert back to the
It reverts back to the county.
Commissioner
And
Flowers?
my costs were, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant you.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, Tom, don't go in. What are the costs for maintenance currently annually, do you know? What are we paying now to maintain that building and take care of it? And I know it's in disrepair.
Yeah, I don't know how much money we invest, but it's an old facility that used to be a fire station. I do know that currently it is in the tune of over $600,000 of investment, hence why some of those dollars were requested. They do plan to do a capital campaign to raise the other dollars that are needed, but it needs significant improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Tom, real quick, second floor of the facility is usable now?
When my understanding, it was prior to my time, when the initial lease was put in place, the second floor needed significant improvement. That work took place. The agreement was never upgraded to allow them to use that for storage. There's a little bit of discrepancy of what the second floor could be used for, but the second floor was improved after the initial lease in 2017. And my gut feeling is based on the work that they want to complete in there, they may have to do other improvement to the second floor.
But it's safe for usage?
It's safe, or I'm not going to determine if it's safe for usage, but it's the improvement they needed took place, and the second floor was safe to be used for storage. That's my understanding that the staff explained to me. So.
Well, we recently gave an air conditioning permit for that second floor.
I believe, I don't know how many AC units are in that facility. I think there are 3 or 4. But the one that was replaced, I believe, was for the second floor? For the second floor.
So it is being used by people.
There's discrepancy of the usage of the space, but it's being used for classes, yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the county's been maintaining that all this time? I mean, isn't it typically the lessee's responsibility to do that?
The county has been maintaining the property. It has gone back and forth between the Dream Center. At one point, I believe the lease they were paying in the tune of maybe $3,000. Currently, it's $1 a year, but it's the county facility, and it's the county.
But that's only for like major components. They maintain it on kind of a day-to-day basis, but.
Correct.
You know,
Correct.
It's just like a structure. They've been trying to keep it with, baling wire and Band-Aids and, until something occurred, and this is the something.
Got it.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, as we start to wrap this up, wanted to thank everyone at the Dream Center for their incredible work for the people of Lellman. They started years ago, quite frankly, doing the work nobody else wanted to do in the community, the work that we didn't want to do as a county, and they've taken that to a whole new level of everything that they offer now. And I also want to recognize Laura. If you see her Facebook page, and she kind of keeps a daily log of the activities that she does of volunteering for everything in the community, and I thought I was busy. She just volunteers so much for so many organizations, and I appreciate all her good work.
Anyone else? For the good of the order, anybody? Does somebody? Do I have a? I'm sorry? Hold on. Yes, I do have Jen Post. I apologize. Please come up. I don't know how that happened, but thank you for raising the alarm.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jen Post. I'm a 20-year resident of Lellman, Vice President of the Lellman Community Association, Board Member of the Healthcare for the Homeless Applicant Board, Lellman Community District Services, and Lellman CRA Advisory Board. Today I want to share some facts with you, and we're going to start with Lellman. Facts about Lellman. Lellman is a food desert. There are no grocery stores within our boundaries. Lellman has the largest population of non-automobile owners in Lellman. Lellman is also considered one of the poorest communities in Pinellas County. Lellman has had and still has an illicit drug problem. Lellman has a higher homeless population than originally thought, as the point-in-time count did not start in Lellman until about 2018. We've had history of major code violations, overgrown alleys, and Lellman was in a great need of a sense of community. And these are some hard facts about Lellman. But now let's discuss some facts about the Florida Dream Center. The Florida Dream Center is a source of food for the Lellman residents. They can pick up at the Florida Dream Center. There are weekly food pickup sites around Lellman. And they also deliver for those that cannot get out. Or if it's raining, their food boxes are delivered to them. They're a source of clothing, cleaning supplies, and hygiene supplies. They offer budgeting, mail services, health insurance assistance, government applications, ID retrieval, legal referrals, mental health referrals, and housing referrals. We're in a housing crisis today, and that's huge for our community. Child care applications, adult education, work readiness programs. They provide property code violation assistance. They mow lawns. This is huge for our elderly population. Alley cleaning. They have worked for years to provide a cleaner and safer environment for our residents and our law enforcement. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the Florida Dream Center. They also help in the opioid epidemic with the assistance of substance abuse referrals, provide transportation to rehab meetings, which is huge. They helped during the COVID pandemic when people just needed to eat. The Florida Dream Center stepped in and filled a void that was greatly needed. And they continue to navigate the needs of Lellman. The facts are in black and white. Lellman is a better place because of the Florida Dream Center. And I'm asking you today to vote for Lellman by approving this sale.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Just one other quick comment, Madam Chair. Thank you. Just wanted to point out that the Dream Center could still have the ARPA funds for the $645,000 to rehab the building, and then that would free up $1.2 million that could be applied for other ARPA projects. So, and the county could still retain ownership of that building. Just another way of slicing the cat, just throwing that out there for consideration.
What are the wishes of the board?
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Then all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. Commissioner Eggers, Commissioner Scott voted no, for the record. Okay, now we are on item number 18.
Item number 18, Commissioners, is a contract sale and purchase with CD ICOP Properties. This is for property located at 13600 ICOP Boulevard. And obviously, this has been discussed before and is for the future county facilities project.
Move approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. We have a few folks that wish to speak to this item. James Shanks. James Shanks. Not here. Danielle Moon. Danielle Moon. Not here. Robert Webster. Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm blind as a bat. Good afternoon. My name's Rob Webster. I'm a resident of Pinellas County. My home address is 3121 Sunset Drive, Bel Air Bluffs. I'm president of Herod Properties, Inc. Herod is a Tampa Bay-based commercial real estate development company with a 45-year track record in Pinellas County.
Could you pull your mic up, please? We can barely
sorry.
hear you.
Is that better?
That's much better.
We have developed millions of square feet of industrial and office buildings in the Tampa Bay area. We have worked with hundreds of companies such as Allstate, Valpak, Johnson Controls, Raytheon, HIP Promotions, and Nielsen Media. Over the last 5 years alone, our properties have generated over $20 million in real estate taxes in Pinellas County. We have forged a significant relationship with Pinellas County over the years. We have developed buildings for the tax collector as well as supervisor of elections. In addition, the county has entrusted us with millions of dollars through the Employment Sites Program to create jobs in our area, and we look forward to continuing this mutually beneficial relationship. I go through this litany simply to make the case that I hope Herod has at least earned the respect of this commission and those who may be listening to what we have to say. When we became aware of the county's desire to relocate its facilities from downtown Clearwater, we were immediately interested in learning how we might be able to help in this decision-making process. We were quite surprised that the development costs being considered were north of $1,000 per square foot. After reviewing the development needs, our thoughts went immediately to our developments in the Bardmore Palms area that are currently located on Bryan Dairy Road. We made contact with CBRE and presented multiple redevelopment options for consideration. Bardmore Palms is centrally located and can be configured to meet all the needs specified by the county at a substantially lower cost than new construction. In fact, we estimate that the acquisition and redevelopment of BP in lieu of the proposed ground-up development would save the county over $100 million. We would even be willing to guarantee this if we were permitted to act as a developer of this project. I was surprised our alternative was not fairly vetted at last week's workshop meeting. I watched the replay of the meeting and feel that several statements pertaining to the Bardmore Palms facility were frankly not true and misrepresent the true economic savings that the county could realize. I can certainly share these with you, but I'm sensitive to my 3 minutes. This being said, I would welcome the opportunity to meet with county personnel to review in detail. I'm requesting that you delay the vote on agenda item 18, to move forward on acquiring the ICOT land parcel. This is a massive investment for our community, and it should be thoroughly vetted by this commission, especially in view of potential savings over $100 million. I respectfully ask the commission to delay any vote on this matter today and defer your decision pending further investigation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers?
One of the things that he mentioned was that this is a massive investment for the county, and I agree with it. So it's going to be as much as we're talking about investing in a franchise in the area. And we've had, I'd like to at least have a public presentation on what we went through during the workshop last week, make sure that our residents see it, and then I have some questions to follow. So I would like to see a presentation again.
Presentation from last week?
The one we had at the workshop that went through the details of.
Well, I don't have it loaded. You're asking for it here?
You want to
Well,
see it?
then I would agree that we need to delay to the next.
Well, I
meeting.
mean, we can try to load it up. No one made that request, so I don't, there they go. They pulled it up, I guess, from the last week.
There you go. That was tough.
All right, so we do have CBRE here, and so they're in the audience, so if you would. Where are we at? Come on up.
Well,
So if they can, they'll walk through kind of the process, and I think it's really zeroed in around the Herod properties.
Sure. So thank you again for having us. Leanne Korst with CBRE. I'm responsible for our Southeast Region government practice. And I think one of the things I forgot to mention last week is that we have about 10 of these government headquarters facilities projects going on around the country, and actually 6 in the Southeast. Everything from Tennessee Valley Authority to this afternoon, a site was selected by Broward County for their new headquarters facility. So I think importantly, the analysis that we provided you in the presentation last week is a proven and vetted process that we use for our government practice. And we did look at the Bardmore site. And on its surface, when you look at the proposal that Herod made, it does look like there's cost savings. However, our job as your advisor is to peel back the onion and look at other cost and financial implications that might not have been in that document. So, for example, in their option 1, phase 3, there's an existing manufacturing tenant that is in that building until 2025. So they would have to vacate, and you would have to tear down that building and construct new before you could even get started on that portion of the site. So there's demo involved as well. So again, on its surface, it looked like it was going to be a cost savings, but when we applied the same cost to construct assumptions to the site that you're considering today, it did not appear that there was significant savings. I think it was $34 million over a period of 50 years on an MPV basis. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dawn Gunter. Dawn is a principal with Gensler, which is an international architecture firm. And she and 2 other members of her staff took a real serious look at the existing site in the buildings and the parking and configuration, and Dawn's going to talk a little bit more about the functionality.
Good afternoon. Again, thank you for the opportunity to address some of these detailed points around cost. As Leanne mentioned, I'm a registered architect, and I have renovated multiple properties similar to this to transition them from standard office to government utilization. So one of the program elements that you have in these buildings are courtrooms. And the height requirements in those rooms are not contiguous with a standard office height, meaning that you would have to demolish a portion of the building to raise the height to accommodate the courtroom. And you are carrying a TI value of $120 a square foot. That is not commensurate with removing the roof, raising the structure, and providing the space for the courtroom. Another aspect is that we have priced a code plus hardened building. And so when you're looking at the cost per square foot, you're going to have to go back in these structures to be equitable. You start with foundation, which is the weight, and then you strap the walls to the foundation, and then you strap the roof, and then you strap the equipment. None of that cost is included in the $120 a square foot. Another key aspect is that when these buildings were built, code looked at occupancy. This would be a business occupancy, which would have 100 people per, or one person per 100 square feet. Due to life safety, the code in Florida, both the Florida Building Code and the Fire Life Safety Code, look at utilization. I'm going to take this room for an example. In this room, you would say that if it was a standing reception, it would be one person per 7 square feet. So the delta, 7 to 100. In a seated environment like this, this is 1 to 15 per square foot, meaning air changes, restrooms, wattages, everything in these buildings will now be looked at by the code officials and the fire marshal, not 1 to 100, but 1 to what the utilization is. That's going to impact all of your meeting rooms above 4 people, your courtrooms, any public hearing spaces, anything where you're really meeting with 6 people or more. And so all of the building systems will have to be updated to accommodate utilization versus that standard number. The other thing is that we find in these older office buildings, it sounds great to go in and do the carpet and the paint and really reuse what's there. When we talk about government services, we're finding what we really have is a reallocation of space. What works in a standard office building no longer works for your constituents. So what we find when we're redoing these buildings is that you spend an incredible amount of money raising the roof, hardening the building, bringing the building up to code for utilization, not straight occupancy, improving the electrical service because the wattages, when you had less density, you have these older buildings, you have very large footprints. When we didn't have just our laptop, right, our computer screen, we had a lot of paperwork. The wattages no longer apply. So oftentimes we're updating the transformers. There's an incredible amount of research that would go into this. And by the time that we address not quality, not safety, we don't have parking adjacent to the building, we don't have the ability with the discontinuous campus to give you long-term flexibility. So we could find when we apply all of these code elements that not only does that cost savings start to flatline, that you would also end up not with the resiliency, not with the flexibility, not with the safety of having a contiguous campus. We don't just talk about resiliency with your structures from a standpoint of a storm. You have resiliency because whatever departments you have today will be different in the future. Whatever needs your constituents have today will elevate and you will change to accommodate that. The reason for one contiguous campus is that you can flex across those buildings. When you have the option 1 for Bardmore, you have discontinuous buildings that take that away. With option 2, you don't have the safety issue. Another thing that we talk about when we talk about resilience is utilization across your campus. When we look at the second option for Bardmore, you have a high bay structure. When you're developing office space, I think the tenant 1 was 100,000 square feet with very little windows, which is not going to be a Class A office tenant. You're just not going to lease 100,000 square feet without windows. Kelly can speak to that, but I would say that we would struggle to find a pure office lease. That is going to force you back to light industrial. So when we're looking at resilience for government agencies, we look at light industrial utilization, and we try not to have the constituents and the light industrial together, because by nature, they have deliveries, which could be chemicals, gases, anything that you need in a light manufacturing process. All perfect, all legitimate, all great functions in the county. We just do not like to cross over, specifically from a safety standpoint, what is coming on your site, your campus, which would be light industrial. So you are now purchasing this building and becoming a landlord, and you either have a space that is really difficult to lease as office, or a light industrial, if we're going to be realistic with what that would be desirable property for. So there are a number of things that start to influence both of these budgets and the analysis in the building. And then the final thing is, as a landlord, right, you have to start thinking of, what is my tenant improvement dollars? What am I going to give you to come into the space? When you're developing, when you're building out in a high bay space, the cost of that for any future tenant, if they're not, again, really light industrial, using high bay open, very little air conditioning, is 4x. So you got a nice, 12 to 14 foot wall, a nice 3-inch stud. That goes to structural steel, 8-inch studs. Everything that you have in this space right now, air handlers, all of the different systems that feed this building. If I came back with office, I would say about $150 a square foot of infrastructure I can reuse. When you're going into high bay space, that just simply doesn't exist. So then you as the owner are having to give that. So there are a number of things, that we look at just simple data points, but these are a number of data points that would have to be studied, that we would really need to look at in great detail to say that the cost savings that have been put out there would actually be realized when all of these code and utilization and safety and occupancy issues were addressed.
Well, I certainly appreciate the comparison to the two properties. My interest primarily was to make sure that the residents get a chance to see the rationale behind the choice of this location, and that goes to cost per square foot on the construction, how much of the property that we're using, what flexibilities we have to expand, properties in downtown that will then become hopefully tax-bearing properties, and property values, and using the property values of downtown, taking the one on Ulmerton off the tax rolls, but just a little explanation as to the motivation for this effort that's ongoing. This is where we're going to make the major purchase for the residents of Pinellas County. And qualitatively, it makes total sense, and I think numerically it does as well, but I thought it might be helpful to educate some of our residents on one of the biggest deals that we have in the county. Thank you.
And let me just start off, and then you can kind of go with that, because regardless of whether it's that property or it's the Hare property, the redevelopment of downtown, Clearwater is significant. It's a huge economic development boom that can really help with their downtown. And they did the massing. They worked with Clearwater on realizing their vision and what that would be. And although that will take time, a downtown survives by having residents downtown. And this would be a prime opportunity for them to be able to see that and realize the highest and best use, and really help with providing more opportunities for them in the future. So regardless of what we do, we really believe that is a significant economic development opportunity for Clearwater.
Actually ensure that this property does indeed do that from that perspective.
Yeah,
what avenues do we have that it's not scarfed up by,
I think there's ways of when we talk about future uses of the property, of making sure that we put restrictions on before we sell it to where it transfers with the property. I think we want, and we have from day one that we talked about this, worked with the city of Clearwater, post past administrations and current, and we need to continue to talk about that. I mean, they've got a lot of activities going for their downtown, vision. And so we need to continue to work with them to make sure it mirrors and we're aligned as we make that significant property transfer. And we have time, to be able to do that. I talked a little bit about that. I think we have other ideas, and that's stuff that I need to, look at, both working with Clearwater and also, with legal and everybody else. So I think that realization can come true. The question about the Herod properties and that, and I want them to get to the cost, because, there's ideas of cost savings, and that's the reason we went back and looked. We had looked at the property before, but we were never going to get our campus environment. We were never going to be able to get the synergies that we're talking about, combining functions to be able to get efficiencies within our government operation. It was also very important that it be centrally located. Herod property is not bad, and certainly, getting down on Binary Road is better than, coming in the centipede effect to get down to almost to Clearwater Beach. But so it's more centrally located, but not the ideal spot that the ICOP property is. But it's also the risk. We did, and they had that in their presentation. I wanted to speak to that. Costs that got very close without taking into consideration ADA issues, without taking into consideration how we're going to make modifications to the buildings to address security, screening ports, and all the other different things that we haven't looked at. When you look at that, the costs become a big risk and something that would take a significant amount of time to go through. And from our standpoint, from a staff standpoint, we really didn't see a cost savings at all. And in fact, I saw potentially more cost. The ICOP property gives us the opportunity not only to consolidate the campus, but other property there. We're going to have 21 acres of property to be able to look at future alternatives. For instance, we've talked about Fleet, and I'll just continue to mention it simply because we've talked about it. But I think there's other opportunities within the county where we can consolidate that. That would open up property that we could sell out on Almerton if we did that, for instance. But there's other things that would have to occur there. We've talked with the city, of Largo. They said there's ways that we can partner together on certain, functions and have government come together and consolidate and look at that. We want to pursue those, and we certainly plan on doing that. The ICOP property gives us a lot of those opportunities.
But Barry, if you could just please talk to the motivation of moving away from what we have now. I'm not comparing to the other property, but
Right.
the ICOP property. What is motivating us, as far as the residents are concerned?
Yeah.
What is motivating us to relocate from downtown to that location? What are those inherent savings? What are the inherent troubles that we have staying put? That kind of.
So I think the quick answer is that staying put and doing nothing is not an option. Our buildings were built in the 60s, some 60s, some 70s. But they're in need of basic life safety, health and safety upgrades. That will cost time and money. And so, not spending money simply isn't an option. We need to make those investments. The question is whether you make those into the current facilities, which was part of their task. Part of their task was, okay, what if we stay put? How much is that? Then we can't sell the property so that we don't have that money coming back. And so I think she can walk through some of that in a high level. But we looked at staying where we're at and investing in our facilities to where we have safe facilities for both the public and the employees. And also as a relocation option. Those really were the two options that were part of the study. And the reason it took so much time is because if we were to relocate, then we needed to work with Clearwater on what a massing would look like, what could be the vision for this site, which obviously is going to determine the value of the property, which is a revenue source for the funding of the project. So maybe if you could address those.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So thank you for the questions. We had our certified financial analyst, his name's Ross Huber, prepare a financial model that contemplated a stay in place, you stay where you are, you upgrade your facilities. You had a previous study done prior to CBRE's involvement that did a facility condition assessment on your 14 different locations here in Clearwater. And we then looked at what your capital improvement needs would be, fix the deferred maintenance, look at the long-term capital improvement needs that would be required if you stayed here for another 50 years. And we used the same sort of assumptions and model for each of the different scenarios. So we had a stay-in-place scenario, we had a new construction scenario that included the $33 million land acquisition cost that you're considering. And then we also modeled Herod Properties' 2 different options. And we applied like-kind assumptions across all of those scenarios. So Don mentioned we would have to build the 3rd building or phase 3 building for the Herod Properties option 1. We applied the same construction costs methodology that we did for the ICOP building. So when you look at all of those scenarios, to Barry's point, and we run the figures over a 50-year period, net present value it back, you're at a $34 million difference between Herod option 1 and the ICOT site new build. And, you know, importantly, it does not consider ADA or any of the issues that Don just mentioned in terms of code and security and safety. So we took into account that risk. We have a lot of respect for the Herod Properties folks. Know they've done a lot of great things in your community. But again, our role as your advisor is to look at what we think the best solution is for the county and apply the same assumptions or methodology across all scenarios. So regarding the 14 sites in downtown Clearwater, we had we have a longtime partner by the name of Gridix. And Gridix looked at your zoning and the buildable density on each one of those 14 sites, and we have those massing plans if you would ever like to take a look at them. And then we had our capital markets team here in Tampa apply some methodology around broker opinion of value and that buildable density to come up with some value ranges that we think you can achieve in terms of revenue to help offset the cost of a new facility. So on the low end, and we looked at buildable density at 75% of what could be built and up to 100% of what could be built. And that revenue offset one time is $61 million to $83 million. And then we looked at the taxes over a 50-year period that could be achieved, and we took the medium value range for the taxes of $133 million. So the one-time revenue from the sale proceeds, you've got the tax revenue, and that will help offset the cost of the new facility. So we have looked at it pretty extensively, and the cost avoidance number for your 14 properties here in Clearwater is $146 million. So you have the revenue ongoing, and you have the cost avoidance of putting $146 million back into buildings that are old. And it's, as I said last week, we believe the Herod Properties scenario, option 1 and 2, well, option 2, you're in about 200,000 square feet more than you need based on the space program that Gensler did. But you're moving from old buildings into old buildings, and as you heard Don mention, I think you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
And you are reducing the square footages that we have now from about, looks like 570,000 to about 315,000 square feet. Operating costs comparisons?
Yeah, we took a market rate. Kelly does nothing but office leasing here in Metro Tampa, so we took a standard suburban Class A operating expense rate and applied it.
To both?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So the difference was just the square footage difference?
Square footage and the interior modernization that we mentioned, yes.
Yeah, the additional capital and,
that's right.
And that kind of thing. And so could you speak a little bit to the, I'm assuming, because the plan that I saw in here showed us, I mean, I know it's very preliminary, showed us using all 20 acres. At least that's the way I saw it. So
Yeah.
that three,
throughput campus.
so that the $33 million, I'm assuming then would have to be spread out over that square footage. So with the hard cost, I'm looking at here from 355 to 450 a square foot for construction. Is that Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And then-
And Robert can speak to the construction costs. if
And
you
then
have
the
more questions.
additional 100 from the land, is there anything else? Did the construction cost include the demolition and preparing the property for construction?
Yes, and the demo range that we received was from about $2.5 million to $4 million, and we used the $4 million number just to be more conservative in our analysis, yes, sir.
And so between that 350 and 450 that you're talking about, plus another $100 per square foot on the land, assuming it all goes into these three, you're talking somewhere around 450 to 550 per square foot. Am I missing something?
I don't think so, Robert?
With the land, it's about 550. Oh.
Includes the parking garage, so the square foot number of the parking kind of brings down the overall average. Obviously, just the bricks and mortar of the building cost a little more.
Okay.
I think we held about 27 million for a parking garage.
Okay, just because that's the way I read it, what you guys have said. I've just had some folks in my ears this past week telling me that it's closer to a $700 to maybe $1,000 a square foot, and I'm not sure.
For just the buildings, yes. When you add in the parking garages, which was a number that we kind of came up with before we had this piece of property, we were benchmarking numbers for Barry. Obviously, this property provides some cost savings because we don't have to necessarily have a structured parking garage, so we could actually probably bring the cost down a little lower.
How do we get to $1,000 a square foot for building? Tell me. I mean, it just blows me away. What do you?
That was an all-in price. Barry asked for an all-in price when we did this study. That was from pre-construction services, design, actual construction, tenant improvements, architectural fees, furniture, fixture, and equipment. That was an all-in price.
So I've tried to get them to go off a project cost rather than construction cost, because you ever have that where we say it's going to be 10 million and then you get a $15 million, well, that didn't include architects, that didn't include, so we've tried to go off of project costs, all-in numbers.
It's pre-construction, it's your land, it's pre-construction and through move-in. And I just want to mention, earlier I said that we were presenting over in Broward County today. One of my colleagues was, and there's a federal courthouse going up over there, and the cost per square foot all in is just over $1,000. It's about $1,088 a foot. So I think our numbers are comparable, and my colleagues over in Broward, I think, are at about $1,100 a square foot all in.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just think this is a big deal. It's a big deal for our residents, and I think it's good for them to understand the motivation that we had to look at this to begin with, but also in comparing to staying put, it just doesn't even seem like that's an alternative, given the condition of our properties. And I'm not even sure in 50 years that some of them would be standing. So we're talking about a whole different scenario in that case. And then when you went out to the market, I know we went out and looked at a lot of property, none that fit the mold that we needed, until the end when we saw a property that might work. And that's the investigation you did on the Herod property. So
we looked.
And actually, when we did our site survey initially, or really about a year ago, and have refined it since, the Brian Derry Road site was on our list. And for all the various reasons we discussed last week, we did not bring it forward because we felt the ICOP Boulevard site offered the best solution.
And Commissioners, we, just to reiterate, we looked at a number of sites over a year and a half, 2 years. And there were sites, for instance, interior sites over and back kind of on the southwest, back in the industrial complex, there's vacant land there. To get to it, you got to go down to 22nd or 28th Street, take a road in. I mean, just trying to have access for the public coming to the courthouse was just difficult, and so we tried to look at not only the sites, but also access for the public. And we also wanted to be on a bus route for those that want to come to our meetings, or to make sure that they have that opportunity. So all those things went into consideration as we looked at again, more than a dozen different sites, both vacant sites and also buildings that we could work to configure into an environment that would work for us.
And then one final question about just giving the rationale of the difference between the $33 million appraisal by the owners and the $27 million approximately that we arrived at. What makes up that difference?
So between the two appraisals, the Live Local Act passed, and it afforded developers to add density, and density equals value to the site.
So that additional $6 million, we can send an invoice to
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee to pay that difference. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Barry, can you talk a little bit about the bonding portion of this project?
So we have within the budget to purchase the land and do some of the site configurations and things like that. You set that aside as part of your budget process this year. The long term, we would look obviously to have to issue bonds. Some of that would be if there are functions in the building that have revenue sources to them, then they would help offset that cost. But for the large part, for most significantly, it will be a cost to the county. So we're looking at that. One of the things that we're going to be looking at as part of this process is there certainly will be efficiencies. We're not going to be repairing buildings like we're repairing now. We're not going to be paying HVAC costs for windows that leak. So our efficiency and the utilization of our buildings and our maintenance costs should be millions. And so we'll have to determine exactly what that is. Kevin brought out the one number of about $2 million just on the electric. But so we know that. We also think that there's tons of opportunity for efficiencies. And looking not just at making this a building to duplicate what we do now, but to do things better. When one of the first buildings I would love to see go up is a centralized permit center, to where when you come in, you come to a counter and everybody is there and can come and service our customer without you going to different spots and to different people. We try to do that now by bringing people together, but the efficiency of having people housed in one spot and be able to address customer service needs immediately when somebody walks in the door is significant. So I think there's other opportunities to consolidate functions to where they're not going to two different places and you have a reception that checks people in, but now they can go to one spot and through efficiency, through vacancies, eliminate positions and help save money. So we're going to look at operational efficiency on top of building efficiency also.
Because of where interest rates are at and construction costs and whatnot, is there any idea of doing a phased build and building one building at a time and maybe waiting a few years, building another building and forth?
I think there is. I think that, one of the first things we talked about is kind of coming into a charrette and talking about how we're going to do this and what we're going to do, working with Calero. There's a lot of work to do. This is going to take years to accomplish, but I think we're open to anything. Now that, if this passes, obviously, then we have the land to be able to talk about those options. The courts is one place. Previous chief judge was very on board with, co-locating here. New chief judge is coming around. We got to talk to them because we still have, a historic courthouse here. And so we have to think through and work through some of those processes. But this gives us a blueprint to be able to work through those details.
Any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Eggers? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go to Commissioner Scott after.
Go ahead. I've been talking enough. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for all of the information. That was a lot of information. I tried to follow all the bouncing balls. It was a little challenging, but I do appreciate it. And that's part of my point is this is a lot of information. And we're potentially making a decision here that could have a greater fiscal impact than what the raise did. And could be talking a couple $100 million here for this project when it's said and done. And these are general fund dollars, not TDC dollars, so they directly impact our residents on this. So I want to make sure that we've had this as transparent as we can and we've allowed for as much public input as we can. And we're really in a great spot because we've got two competing properties here and we should take advantage of that and I think try to negotiate. I don't know that we've even tried to negotiate with Herod at this point, but I would love, if they're interested, they came out today to use 3 minutes of public comment time, but I would love for them to come and give us a presentation on what their thoughts are on how they would approach this and see, if there is a deal to be had there. Just, if nothing else, just to make sure that we have fully vetted all of the options and that we have, fully considered everything that we're doing here. I don't know if they're interested in doing that. I don't know today, but.
Commissioner, I understand the concern, and I certainly wouldn't make a public process into staff work, because that type of analysis and stuff we can do. If the commission wants us to back up and do the type of detailed analysis that they just talked about, it would take time. We'd have to do, in essence, preliminary
we only got
preliminary
this 10
engineering.
days ago.
Well, no, we started this a couple of years ago. This latest proposal was because Herod reached out, and so out of due diligence, I went back and relooked at the property. But we had discounted the property because you're going to put one building in the front, you're going to put a building in the back, and a building over here, of which will not be accessible to somebody that's handicap accessible. It's not as convenient. And when you look at the risk involved and all the things that that you won't know until they do very detailed studies on that, it just didn't seem like the risk was there or worth it. So from that standpoint, if the commission, if as a body you want us to look at that, we'll go back and do that type of detailed study. But I think our recommendation stands. I think this is the right property to be able to address our future needs. You built this complex 60 years ago, and this should last us into the future.
All I'm suggesting is if we hit the pause button for a month to give Herod an opportunity to try to address some of the things that we've brought up here, I don't think would be a bad thing to do. I mean, 60 years we've been in this location, another month isn't going to kill anything.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, at $1,000 a square foot, that's about 317 million. At least that's doing the calculation. So what was the amount that you said we would possibly get from the sale of the 14 properties in downtown?
So our broker opinion of value range is from 61 to 83 million. And then the kind of median range on the taxes was 133 million. And your cost avoidance for this facility, or these 14 facilities and buildings, properties in downtown Clearwater, your cost avoidance there is 146 million, is our estimate.
Okay. So, and is that 130 and 140, that's all present value dollars? Okay. So that, in theory, you said 146 of cost
avoidance.
I'm not sure
have to put into
how to look at that one separately, but the 130 and then the 60 or 80, you're talking somewhere around 200, almost 200 million towards the $317 million cost.
That's right.
So when it comes to bonding, I was just doing the bonding numbers without all that, and it's over 23 million a year in payments, but that didn't include these deducts, so to speak. If we put the sale price of the property and the 130
That's
million.
right.
So that's a big offset. So to the point of being able to apply those monies to our bonding, it'd be nice to be able to bring
And
that.
we'd have to bring, to Commissioner Lavella's point and to what Commissioner Flowers said the other day, if we're depending upon, pick a number, the value of these properties, you may do some type of short-term borrowing. We could do that through our solid waste fund or something like that, and then pay it back. And then pay it back once the sale of the property goes through. That way, you're not, locked into long-term debt. We could come up with a funding structure for things like that to keep our debt low. Correct. Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Peters.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the staff's recommendation. I know that one of the things that really intrigued me about this property is being able to have the contiguous accessibility for anyone that's coming. We have that property that we redid North County that we just had a presentation on, where we hadn't heard anything in a little while about it, but we got an update. And one of the main things there was making sure that individuals could go from one department or one building to the next with ease, if you will, and be able to access all of the things that they needed. I also know, and I think everybody else knows, when you have to tear down a building or whatnot, and especially if it's a manufacturing plant, you don't know if there's any contamination or if there's anything that you would need to clean up, which will put your project further behind. In addition, I believe what administration said to us was December was the potential for closing when it came to speaking with the current owners of the property on Almerton. Am I correct in that? The proposal on the table. And so I know that there's been a lot of discussion going back and forth with them. And, you know, we have I think we have a seller's market right now. So I would hate for us to lose out on this opportunity because he in turn would not want to wait, not being sure about what's happening. The longer they wait, the more money he loses. So I get it. But I also, as I shared last week, and Barry just alluded to, the sale of the properties that we're currently in certainly could help buy down the total cost for the construction of the project. Having it on a central, in a central area where there is heavy traffic flow, but ease for ingress and egress into this facility for whatever services we have there. I think it's phenomenal to have all of the construction, building, permitting things under one roof. I think a lot of our developers would love to be able to go in and have that. But I think the longer we wait and keep putting off the decision, the more expensive it's going to become. We see that with the people that's coming to us for affordable housing projects. Their project gets pushed back for whatever reason, and the next thing we know, they're looking at us for a couple of $1 million more because of the cost of the construction and the increase in that. So I do appreciate the individuals who came here today. That's why we have that open opportunity for them to speak. But I don't see anything that is so glaring that the dollar figures for this project based on other development projects that are going on are so far out of line that I would be willing to say we need to cease this and kind of wait a minute. So I just support moving forward with this project.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just one final comment before we get to vote here. Well, Herod Properties claims they can save us $100 million. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. Let's let them prove it. I mean, I just would say, let's just put this off for a month, let them come back, give us a presentation, and then we can make a decision then. And if we still think the Almerton Road is the better piece, well, then we can still close by the end of the year. And we only have $20,000 in escrow at risk here, so it's not like we're taking a big risk. So that's, I totally support that we have to do something, that staying in downtown Clearwater is not an option. I just want to make sure that we get the best deal that we possibly can on the best site that we can get. That's all I'm saying.
Commissioner Latvala?
When we sell the properties in downtown Clearwater, the fact that we have a historic courthouse, will that hurt the value, and has that been taken into account?
We did take that into account. As I mentioned, we had our partner Gridix perform massing and density plans so that we could understand what the buildable density would be to create the value, and they did take that into account, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peters?
Thank you. So I concur with Commissioner Flowers on her comments about all that, and I understand how you might want to vet, but I do think the people that we've hired have done a good job and a great explanation. If we risk losing this land or this opportunity, the chances of finding that size of a lot to put everything together in this county gets much thinner and slimmer and harder to accommodate. You know, for me, I think this should have been done 10 years ago. I think it should have been done a long time ago. And we've had several administrators that haven't moved this forward, and I think it's time it moves forward. I think our employees deserve it. I think our citizens deserve the convenience of it. But I'm confident. I mean, you guys have been working on this for a really long time. And you know, we did the space study. It's been a long time that we've been working on this. So I know you've only got this tail end of it because you've only been here a year, but it's been a long process, and I think it's past due, and I think that this location I don't think we could have picked a better location than this. And it just kind of happened to us, but to find another one like this would be incredibly challenging. And I just, I think it's time, and unfortunately, it's still going to take us many years to get in it. And a lot of things are going to happen, and a lot of decisions will have to get made. But I think it's time to take that first step and move forward and create the county hub that we need for the future. So I'm definitely going to support this. I understand your concern, Commissioner Scott, I really do, but I think it's time to move forward. And I really think you all have done a really good job, a Herculean job on this, because, everything we've thrown at you, you're like, yes, we did consider that, and yes, we did. So I think you've done a very thorough job, and you've really looked out for the citizens' best interest, and so I thank you for that. Thank
you.
Commissioner Eggers.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, just one last question. Given how long the property has or has not been on the market, and given the quote-unquote pressure to do it before the end of the year, and all of that, what is your all's professional assessment of the risk of it not closing by the end of the year? In other words, if we took the 30 days just to do it, and then we approved it next month, and it doesn't close until in, say, January, he's still getting, the seller's still getting certainty before the end of the year. Just your thoughts in general about that risk level. Thank you.
I do think that there's risk. Based on our site survey of property, of this kind of acreage, and based on a piece of property that we actually recently sold on behalf of the state of Florida, 21 acres in St. Pete, back on your tax rolls, I think there is risk. Because the large acreage tracts are just very, very difficult to come by, particularly when you look at that weighted population center, and it is right on the mark in terms of the location. So I do think there's risk.
Anyone else from the commission? Okay, well, just from a historical perspective, I have a few remarks that I would like to make about this entire issue. And I would like to share with the rest of my colleagues that 11 years ago, when I first came on this county commission, I will never forget Bob LaSala walking into my office and slamming the door. Many said, could you walk over here to your window for me? And I'd like to show you something. So I did. And he showed me exactly what I look out of when I'm in my office. And then I sat back down at my desk and he said, I want you to know that one of the most difficult decisions you're going to make as a county commissioner is what to do with this building. And he knew then what we have all learned since, that our building has some real issues around it that involve health and safety. And the cost of trying to stay where we are or not consider moving forward, to me, are just outrageous when we have this kind of a recommendation coming to us from our staff, who we all know dots the i's and crosses the t's every time they work on a project for us. And they wouldn't be bringing this to us if they weren't really confident that it was the right thing to do. So I am, as Commissioner Peters said, Commissioner Flowers, and I'm sorry if I missed somebody else's poignant remarks, but it's time to move forward. I have no desire to continue waiting and passing the buck to somebody else, because we all know that this has to be done. So let's all just do the right thing for all the right reasons, not only for our own employees who come to work here every day, but for our citizens who also enjoy our county services. If any of you have ever been up to the new county complex that they built up in Pasco County, it is incredibly well done. Same as when we were just over out at the Tower 1 at the Tampa International Airport. I mean, things are changing. We have to change too. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, thank you for taking the time to review this publicly. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. That's what we're here for. But now that we have, it's time to take action. So we have a motion.
You had a motion and a second, didn't you?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? We have one nay. Thank you, everyone, for your support.
Thank you.
This agenda item passes. Barry, go forward and do miraculous things.
Thank you, guys. And they have been an amazing partner.
Go forward.
We don't want to give them too many kudos. They got a lot of work to do. But no, they've really helped us with this up to this point, so. And as you can see, very, very thorough. Item number 19, Commissioners, is a resolution for the scoring matrix that'll be used by Economic Development and reviewing ad valorem tax exemption projects. You have discussed this previously, and they've created a matrix to be able to apply it to the program.
Okay, questions, comments, anyone?
I would move approval. It's a good matrix.
Been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item 20.
This is an agreement with Directions for Mental Health and first option of renewal with Operation PAR for agreements to provide benefits for homeless individuals. Cost breakdowns within your packet.
Been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. 21.
Funding recommendation for the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Trust Fund Program. These are court fees, and they come in once a year, and we apply it to program requests.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. 22.
This is a grant agreement, Florida Department of Law Enforcement for crime analysis lab system grants, and so they use it out at the Forensic Laboratory, $265,000, no county match.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 23.
It's an interlocal agreement, Florida Department of Health for the Pinellas County Health Program and for the Health Care for Homeless Program.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by, Commissioner Peters. Okay, Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. 24.
24 is a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant agreement with Florida Department of Environmental Protection for Ray Neary Community Park Phase 1 development, $1.5 million, $1.5 million county match.
Been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 25.
It's a sub-recipient grant agreement with Florida, with the Gulf Consortium to provide restorative funding for flood expenditures. This is for acquisition of floodplain properties.
Second. And a comment?
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. Commissioner Justice has a comment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to take note that this is money from Gulf Consortium. If you've forgotten it, this was from the BP spill like some 13, 14 years ago now. Commissioner Latvala, the previous Commissioner Latvala and Commissioner Maroney both served on this board before I came along and have continued to serve and work to bring these funds home. So just wanted to make note of where the money was coming from.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, 26.
This is an agreement with the City of Clearwater for funding to assist with the construction of a new fire station, and this is because they cover parts of the unincorporated area.
It's been moved by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Justice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Item number 27.
This is change order number 1 with PCL Construction for the Dunn Water Reclamation Facility. This is change order is necessary because through their testing, they determined that there's more soil and operations that have to be remediated as part of it. So they've got an additional 1,200 yards of concrete to remediate and a failed drain pipe and duplex pump station. So this is unforeseen conditions.
It's been moved by Commissioner Peters, second by Commissioner Flowers.
Quick question, I'm sorry. Barry, where's the funding coming from? I'm sorry.
Utilities, so the
Thank
sewer
you.
fund.
Thank you. Yep, thanks.
What did she say?
She said sewer R, but it's a replacement fund out of
Yeah.
sewer. It's
Yeah.
within the sewer fund.
Thank you. Number 26.
We have to vote on that, I think.
Oh, number 25, back to 25, all those signify.
27?
27.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, I believe. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're on to 28.
This interlocal agreement between Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners and Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners to establish the Hillsborough-Pinellas Workforce Development Consortium.
Been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
We do have Mr. Stephen Meyer, who's here. I didn't know if it was any, I haven't received any updates since last week. I didn't know if you received any update about anything other than what we already know. I mean, I know there's a meeting tomorrow but
Kevin Knutson, Assistant County Administrator. Do you have a specific question that I could?
I was asking if there, you all get updates sometime sooner than I do, emails, if there was anything new in addition to what we already know, which is we still are in a holding pattern when it comes to just who's going to be the leader. I know we have to determine who's going to represent from each board, but any additional information that may have flown down that perhaps I've missed.
No, there's nothing new that's come down. The next two steps are for the chair to assign two of our board members, one to a one-year term and one to a two-year term. And then they will get together and meet, and we've scheduled December 5th as the first meeting, and that's where a lot of those decisions will be made about who's going to be the chair, how we're going to structure it, what the steps are moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, both. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. While we're on that subject, may I just take a moment to say it would be my honor to recommend Commissioner Flowers and Commissioner Latvala to serve on the Career Source Board. That's a motion, I'll second it. That's a motion. Which one's getting which? Well, that's for the two of them to, let them work that out after the December meeting. How about that? Is that all right? Okay. I think he meant it as a compliment.
I meant a senior in terms of serving long.
All of us were biting at the tongue to get you on that one.
Yes, dear. Uh-huh.
It will be my honor and pleasure to be working with Commissioner Latvala on that committee.
Thank you. I think you'll do a great job. Why are you laughing? Oh, me too. Okay, 29.
I have no reports, Madam Chair.
Oh, we didn't? It's Chris's fault. Okay, we have a motion and
Chair?
a second, don't we?
Sorry.
Yes, Madam Clerk?
That's what I was going to ask, if we could have a vote on that item.
We haven't voted. The motion was by Commissioner Long and the second was by Commissioner Peters.
All those in, what? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
There you go.
Okay,
We're going with it.
29.
I have no reports.
Will you guys stop talking? 29.
She had it. She has no report.
No reports.
No reports. 30.
I have no report.
31.
Haven't been doing it.
Madam Chair, I do have ballots for this item, but I would request a motion voice vote, being that there's one applicant and one vacancy for both the plumbing contractor and building official appointments.
It's been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Peters. Before we all say aye, can you tell us who they are?
Yes. The plumbing contractor applicant is John Ware, and the building official applicant is Brian Rusu.
Very nice. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All righty, 32. How about, Been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. 33,
Sorry, 33 are reappointments to the Parks and Conservation Resources Advisory Board. These are individual appointments by Commissioners Long, Scott, Justice, LaVallo, Peters, and Flowers.
it's been moved by Commissioner, yes?
Meeting with the county attorney to discuss mine's not on here because I have some questions and issues to go over with the county attorney, so. just
So
for the-
you'll
just-
you'll bring it next time?
Yeah.
Or how do you want to handle it?
Hopefully the next time, yep.
Okay, fine. Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Eggers. And now we are ready to vote on number 33, correct? Yes? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 34.
It's a reappointment to the Pinellas Opportunities Council that I learned so much about last Thursday.
It's been moved by Commissioner Justice, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
Mr. Cleveland was the chair.
What?
I was saying Mr. Cleveland, who is our appointee to POC, he's the chair of POC,
Excellent.
the Board of Directors.
Okay. Well, he'll be happy to know we put him back on there. Isn't that nice? All right, now we are in that place on our agenda where we are going to select our new chair and our new vice chair. So, did you raise your hand?
Ready to make a motion if you'd like.
Please do.
First, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Kathleen Peters as incoming chair.
Okay. Any questions, comments, concerns, or whatever?
Debate.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to cover all the bases, David. I'm usually, you'd be the first one. No, never mind. I didn't say that. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we received an email from one commissioner wanting to be vice chair. We should have talked about probably this at workshop last week, but I wanted to check because it has been our long-standing process that, as Commissioner Latvala mentioned, our senior members, we go by seniority, and I didn't know, quite frankly, if Commissioner Flowers had an interest in serving as vice chair. If she did, I would nominate her as vice chair. But I wanted to get her input.
I did have an interest because I know it's not policy, but I guess it has been the practice of us, which is
For
why
decades, I
which
might
is
add.
why I stepped aside when I found out that was our practice. So that's why I stepped out of the picture when Commissioner Peters put her name up, and then I nominated her. So I would be interested, but again, I know it's not policy, but I know it has been a practice. But I did see the email from Commissioner Brian Scott.
So I have a question.
Yes.
And this is one of those policy, unwritten rule things. I was informed that we do not normally have people or commissioners in positions of chair or vice chair in the year that they are up for reelection.
That's not true. That's not the case.
I'll make a comment about that. I have requested that be a policy.
Okay.
And matter of fact, I do plan, now that I've been nominated chair, bringing that handbook to all of you to get edits and make it a policy, because since I've been on here, we had one commissioner that used to introduce things and say, well, since we don't have any rules, I'm just going to do this. And because we don't have any rules, you can do that. We kind of just did that tonight, right? We didn't have rules, we just did that. But I think I think that an incumbent has a definite advantage over any other candidate, and so I think it's a good practice, and it's just my personal opinion, it's not a policy, I think it's a good practice that that you shouldn't be chair on the year that you're on the ballot. I just think there's a distinct advantage that, and Jewel, I don't think this is a legal thing, but to me, the media time that you get as chair, if there's an emergency, if there's a hurricane, the amount of, that is earned media that has a value as a candidate. And I think that's my personal opinion. So know that there's not a policy, because we have no policies. For the administration of this board doesn't have a rule book. We don't have a policy book. And I think there have been some rubs as a result of no clear guidance. And so that's why I plan on bringing that handbook forward to kind of just set up some rules. And I think that handbook could be, and it could be, that's every year the chair might change it for their tenure while they're chair on how they want to operate. That's kind of how we did it in the House of Representatives and the Senate. You guys are familiar with that every 2 years for each leadership, you vote on kind of the House rules, and it would be the kind of the commission rules. And I think it would add some clarity on some things that come up. So no, it's not a policy. It's a policy I desire to see forward. I think it could be a good practice to do.
I would agree with Commissioner Peters on that. And I do think there is a value in earning your way into leadership, and that it's just, in my mind, and all of you, please, when I say this, consider that this could be you that we're talking about. But, when you serve in public office, I think we all can agree, it is a big sacrifice. Your family sacrifices. You sacrifice a lot of your time. And most of us do it because it's a labor of love. And I know, because I've known her for so long, that Commissioner Flowers has been in public service for a very long time. She hasn't just served here. She has served on a city council, a large city council, by the way. She has also served on the Pinellas County School Board. She is a member of FAC and has risen into leadership there. She's also a member of NACO, and I know she's deeply involved in some of the issues there. And because of the length of the time that she's been on the county commission, she's been able to learn and observe and see the amount of work that goes on when you are chair. You know it, David. You know it, Charlie. I certainly know it. This is my second time. And while I have great respect and admiration for Commissioner Scott, he's not gone through a re-election effort here. This is only your second year. And I guess I'm curious about what you think, in your mind, makes you more qualified to be chair than Commissioner Flowers, who has been here much longer.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, Commissioner Flowers is certainly qualified to be vice chair. I have no doubt about that. I also have no doubt in my qualifications and ability to do that job as well. So, I mean, I put my hat in the ring. Anybody can put their hat in the ring for that job. So I have full faith in Commissioner Flowers, but I also have full faith in myself. Which every one of us gets that job. We'll mutually support everybody, and life will go on. So however this works out, it works out. It's okay. She'll be fine, and I'll do fine. Everybody in this room is capable of doing that job. We all got here for a reason, and we are all leaders in our own right, and we will all do the best thing for the commission and the county.
And I have no disrespect towards Commissioner Flowers. She's going to be the only one in this room that will be leading FAC. In a few years, we're going to be referring to her as Madam President, not Madam Chair, Madam President. And I'm not sure exactly when that time is, like 4 years, I think, or 3 years. And so that takes up quite a bit of responsibility. And so there's no slight. But I think that Commissioner Scott's credentials there's no reason for him to have to explain to himself why he needs to earn the vice chairmanship. But I would be proud to nominate him as the vice chair.
Okay, well, I meant no disrespect to anybody with my
No,
remarks.
I understand that.
And you also forgot to mention that it won't be very long from now that Commissioner Flowers is going to be referred to as Dr. Flowers.
Correct.
Because at the same time, she's been doing all of this and being a very thoughtful and And
He said, how we're gonna do this, is it Dr. President? I said, no, just Renee.
I like Dr. President.
Yeah. I mean, I was just teasing about that, but, you know, in all seriousness, I work really hard, but I just can't even imagine trying to get my doctorate degree and be a loving grandmother and all the other responsibilities that you have, Renee, so I commend you for your just desire to be the best you can be.
Just a
Yes.
procedural question, since I had thought we were operating under some rules, but apparently not.
Well,
There
apparently-
was a motion on the floor that had not been dispensed. I didn't hear a second, so I wanted an opportunity if there was my motion, if there was going to be a second, or if it was going to die for lack of a second. So
Repeat your motion, please.
to nominate Commissioner Flowers as vice chair.
And Commissioner Flowers has seconded it.
And are you up again for reelection?
Yes, I am.
You are. And
Yeah. Hold on, we're not there yet.
In answer to Commissioner Peters' question, yes, I am up for reelection next year. Because of the change in the legislation, I had to run again after being in office for 13 months.
so that's 24 while I'm chair, not
Yes, correct.
not 25.
Correct.
Got it.
I've already filed, and I probably shouldn't be getting into all that, but yes, next year for me. And let me, and allow me to say this. I do appreciate what you're saying about us needing to look at maybe putting some rules in place, because I know last year, Janet and I were, I think we volunteered to try to put something in place for like a standing operating procedure for the floor, for the operation of our floor. So I fully support, going through that, looking at that and seeing what things we can do that are in place so we're not shooting from the hip, if you will. So I do appreciate the direction and pushing that, because on city council, we had that. When I was on the school board, we had that. And then when we would get a new member on the school board, we would go through that with the person so that they would have some idea of this is how you do A, B, C, D, E. So
Well, that's a different subject.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor to ask volunteer Commissioner Flowers to serve as vice chair. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Are you saying no?
I'm having a hard time.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
Do we need to take a little break?
Well, I didn't foresee this because she hadn't sent an email like last year, so I didn't foresee it. Thank you from above. I didn't foresee that because you hadn't sent an email before, and I know Brian's experience in all of the associations he's been chair of, so I know he's got experience as chair. So I didn't foresee it, and I have great respect for every person around this table, so.
It also goes without saying that our previous county commissioners really struggled over the years with this place that we're in. And in their wisdom, they decided that in order to take any political partisanship or anything like that out of the decision, that we would always go in seniority. And that's how that came to be the way it is today. So-
Yeah, and I understand that. And actually, I did not understand that. I didn't know that that was a way things were.
Yeah.
Until you just recently had brought that up. So I did not know that that was a practice, let's say.
Yeah, well, there was another one that said that we should alternate Republican and Democrat, and that went by the wayside too. So, I mean, I think to the point of that you brought up and that you brought up about getting some policies together, I think would be a good one, because it just kind of, it morphs and moves, and, you know, I think it was 7 years before the commission had any confidence in me being chair. So, I mean, you know, so it just, sometimes it takes longer and sometimes it takes shorter. Thank you.
So it's all hanging on my decision, huh?
No pressure.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, since Brian sent that email out, I've kind of gotten excited about seeing a new, fresh, not been in politics for a long time concept coming in. So, Charlie, you caught me by surprise. I didn't expect this, but I was really excited about kind of new blood and all that kind of stuff. And no offense, and I know you're going to be incredibly busy with FACT, that I think I'm going to stick with Brian. It doesn't mean I don't love
So
you.
that's a no.
So then,
So that's an,
the motion failed. Is there another motion?
Madam Chair?
I would like to nominate Commissioner Scott.
And I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Latvala, seconded by Commissioner Eggers.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Is this the
I'm
part
so
where
sorry.
we debate?
Yeah.
Please.
No, I just wanted to, I wanted to say, we had done the seniority in the past, and that's why I wanted to make sure I had not had a chance to communicate with Commissioner Flowers about her interests, and there was no reflection, obviously, of Commissioner Scott at all, and have all the faith in the world that he will carry out the duties of vice chair. So just wanted to, for the record, Madam Chair.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for Commissioner Scott to be the vice chair. Yes? All those in favor, please designate by saying aye. Aye. Okay, done. Now.
there you go.
What? You're welcome. Okay, now do we want to go back and vote on the chair? I'm getting so confused here. Okay.
They come out different. Shouldn't say that.
Well, I'm just checking to make sure everybody knows where they are.
Robert's rules that don't exist?
Okay.
I do think that we ought to take that up again, Barry, if you want to bring that back in a workshop or whatever.
I'll work with your incoming chair.
Perfect. Okay, 36. I already took care of my new business, and that was to appoint Commissioner Flowers and Commissioner Latvala for the new Career Source Board. And Commissioner Latvala already said yes. Are you okay, Commissioner Flowers? Yes, okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Latvala, new business.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just had a couple items. I attended the 300 Glamour grand opening in Clearwater. Also, JWB had a staff lunch about a week ago. That was very nice, and their staff does wonderful work.
Commissioner Eggers?
The Tri-County meeting. Again, I just think it's really great that we're getting together. I mean, you know, to give everybody calm in the community. We know that we got to take care of things here at home, but there's no reason why we shouldn't be meeting as a region on major issues and having that dialogue and discussion. So, thank you for working with those folks, the other county administrators. A phase one drought issued by SwiftMud, which would limit water lawn, putting water on your lawns to once a week. And something that they said, which I think just, it blew me away. I said, you're kidding me? And I said, wow. But that we produce somewhere around 200 million gallons per day of water, and half of it goes on lawns that we have. So when you talk about taking one day away, quickly can change that picture. And so there was a lot of good coverage. The press was there and putting some nice articles out to encourage our residents to just do the sprinkler once a week. So the Charter Review Committee meets again on 11/27. Meets right here in this room at 6 o'clock. We continue to send information as we get the minutes and everything from meetings to all of you. So hopefully that'll be coming out soon. But just to the residents, at 6 o'clock on the 27th, we'll be meeting. You can come in and have 3 minutes to give an opinion, give a thought, give whatever you want for 3 minutes. We welcome our residents to participate. Let's see. I'll let that one go. Palm Harbor lighting, the tree lighting is on December 1st. There's a lot of parades on December 9th. Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor, Dunedin. Ozona has one on December 10th. Just all kinds of things getting ready for the holidays, which is around the corner since we don't meet until like the middle of December. And then just wanted to say to my colleagues and to our residents, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Commissioner Peters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to piggyback on the water restrictions, just a caveat, they did say Pinellas County didn't use as much on the lawns as the other counties, and it's likely because we put down more purple pipe, more reclaimed water. But still, when you put the 3 counties together, 50% is going on lawns, and that's not okay. So I reached out to Barry, and I brought this up at another, I think it was a workshop, and asked if we could look at this and bring it back. And that's whenever we approve any new building, multifamily or even commercial, that we put, because it isn't that expensive to put in the Florida Star energy, water efficiency programs. And when you do a multifamily home with the Florida Star program, you're immediately saving 50% amount of the water that anybody would use in a building like that. And I just think that that should be part of our ordinances and our policy, that any new multifamily or commercial business have, the proper irrigation for landscaping that is energy, that's water efficient, that's, conserving water, that they have the conservation equipment within that building to save water. I don't think the cost is that high. It's not going to exponentially make the cost of those buildings more money. And just for this, I just think it should be a policy we should consider. So I put that out there. I've asked Barry if he would have staff look at it. Again, I did ask that before, and so I'm just kind of reminding him. Because, if this El Nino sticks around for a while, we're going to have real water shortage problems. And it's just good stewardship if we protect our water. So that said, Janet and I tag team on the canvassing board this last week, a week and a half. There was only one ballot question in Tarpon Springs, and for me, it was the first time I went through an election on the canvassing board, so it was a wonderful experience. And I, next year will be a very interesting year on the canvassing board, I think. But between presidential primary and municipality elections, and there's going to be a lot of time spent at the canvassing board.
A little longer next time.
I think a lot longer. So that was interesting. And the opiate abatement task force met today, and we were reviewing and ranking applications that came that were going to help with our strategic plan for the opiate crisis with the settlement dollars. And we didn't finish our task today, so we put off continuing the ranking and review to our December, I don't remember if it was the December 5th meeting, I believe. And then we'll review those applications, continue to review those applications, and we'll look at the program elements for the RFP. So this is one section of what we'll be spending the money on that will be a consulting firm that will come up with a strategic plan for us over long term. And then the other dollars, I think about 10 million, I think, Lourdes, we allocated for programming. That RFP would be going out after we review the RFP itself. So agencies would be looking for that sometime in January to go out if we're successful at finishing our review in early December.
That's it? Yeah. I guess you haven't been busy at all.
No,
Just kidding. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On a somber note, I attended Mel Sembler's funeral, which was certainly a big loss to his family and to the community. Mel lived an amazing and successful life and always found ways to give back to his community in very significant ways. So he will certainly be missed, but his legacy will live on for a very, very, very long time. Want to thank Barry as well for organizing the Tri-County meeting. I thought it was very good. We had some really good discussion, particularly around the Live Local Act and the effects of that. And the more you dive into that, the scarier it looks. So I'm really pleased to see the letter that's going to be going out. So thank you for that. Last Monday, I visited and toured the Law Enforcement and Public Safety Academy at the St. Petersburg College's All-State campus. I want to thank my longtime friend and retired St. Petersburg police officer and street gang unit leader, Brian Sims, who now is a teacher at the academy, for his time and the chance to meet and address Class 230 and 231, who will be the future of our law enforcement here in Pinellas County. So shortly after I was elected, one of the first things I did was tour the jail. So I've seen the back end of law enforcement, so it was nice to see the front end of it where we develop and new law enforcement professionals. So that was very good to see that. Operation PAR, Bobby, my assistant, attended on my behalf for the From Shadows to Light luncheon, since I had a conflict with Forward Pinellas that day. And also just want to remind everybody this Monday, November 20th, is the lighting at the Botanical Gardens on Almerton Road, which is always a very nice event. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on a sad note, with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, Sean is no longer our executive administrator.
Sean Sullivan? Where's he going?
So I can just tell you he's no longer the executive director, and Ren is the interim. I had a chance to meet with Neil Brickfield, who is, of course, the executive director for the Pinellas County Housing Authority. We had a chance just to talk about some of the affordable housing projects he has on the horizon, and what may be coming up. So I just wanted to kind of hear what was going on over there. And I know that oftentimes he and the executive director with the St. Pete Housing Authority, I know sometimes they collaborate on stuff. So I just kind of wanted to get an update on that. For the St. Petersburg Housing Authority, we had, of course, the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting for the Legacy, which is the 61 units, and those units are now off field, and those seniors are excited, and I'm excited for them because it's a beautiful place. I had my monthly meeting with NACO for the committee that I serve on that deals with career source and workforce, and we have a fly-in day for the federal government for Washington, D.C., so I'm going to try to make that. Not sure how the schedule's going to work, but just really reinforcing the need to continue funding for career trades and job retraining. I attended the PAL breakfast, so that was fabulous. We talked about that. I also attended a Women Warriors luncheon. It was the first ever to commemorate women who served in the military. No offense to men, but to highlight women who served in the military. And so they were there from the Air Force, the Marines, the Army, and the Coast Guard. I didn't see any Navy, but it was very, very well attended. It was a sellout. It was
Where was it?
It was at the new, I want to say it's called Holcomb, the new building facility at Nature Trail at Board Hill off of 31st. It's the new building that they built back there. It's gorgeous. It holds about 100 people. So it was really nice, but it was the first time. I'll send you all the link. Bay News 9 came out and covered it. So it was really, really nice. Just want to give a heads up that this Saturday, the National Council of Negro Women will be distributing Thanksgiving baskets to needy families. The event will be held at my church. It's a drive-through, so persons come through, you get your grub, if you will, and you keep going. So it's a turkey and all of the sides. And that starts at 8 o'clock in the morning next Saturday. Of course, FACT starts tomorrow, the Florida Association of Counties Legislative Conference. So hopefully I'll see a couple of you guys over there. But we'll just really be going through those things that were not contentious, but needed a little bit more work for the policy statements. And then recapping the things that were approved. So thank you again to our team for making sure that they truly understood what was happening with the erosion issues, and certainly with the, I'm sorry, somebody keep tagging me, and with the storm surge and with the issues that we have along the coastline from our previous hurricane. The Martin Luther King Dream Big organization always has their parade, of course, but there's a spelling bee, which is January 11th. It is for K through 5. It will be held at the Foundation for a Healthy St. Pete. The time is 5:30 to 7:30. I'm co-chairing, well, I'm chairing that, not really co-chairing. So I'll send out the flyer if any of you all would like to attend. That would be absolutely wonderful. And this morning, I sat in on our budget update and board meeting for the Pinellas Education Foundation. You all know we have a new executive director. She has already stepped in doing some wonderful things. So I'm so excited about what's going on there. One of the areas they did talk about was while children receive, some of us know it as doorways, but you know, they have another name for it now, but they go off to college, but a number of them are not actually graduating. So it's, well, what's going on between them being such a wonderful student through Pinellas County Schools and then getting to college and then having to leave for whatever the reason is. And so just trying to get a handle on that so that we can see if it's some support services, wraparound services. Sometimes life happens with kids, parents may pass or whatever, but just trying to get a handle on that because that's a lot of money that is collected and provided for them. And the kids do such a wonderful job, so it's just kind of sad that they don't make it across the finish line. So I'll report back on that. Late Veterans Day to all of the veterans, so sorry for that. And certainly, as Commissioner Eggers already said, I wish everyone a very wonderful Thanksgiving. I love to cook, so you know my food's going to be real tasty. So if you want to come by and get a plate, just call me so I can make sure I prepare one for you. Just come on by. I'll give you my address. Come on by and get a little taste of some Southern cooking. But happy Thanksgiving to all.
Have the whole county on the front lawn.
Just y'all now, ain't but anyway, happy Thanksgiving to each and every one of you as well.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you. I was just watching Kevin Knutson's face. He was worried that he wasn't invited, Commissioner. So just a few events. Again, the PAL breakfast with a couple of my colleagues again, congratulations to Commissioner Long on the Tiger Bay Award and part of their 45th anniversary dinner. I attended the Creative Pinellas Arts Annual, their annual fundraiser over here at their facility near the Botanical Gardens. Great crowd. They raised some money. If you were planning on going to the St. Pete Chamber event or the Pinellas County Sheriff's K-9 graduation tonight, both of those events have been postponed due to weather. And then just remind you, those that have it on your calendar or don't, Saturday at 5 o'clock is the annual Lellman and Asian Neighborhood Family Center Thanksgiving dinner that they've been doing for a long, long time there. So happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, it's my turn. I attended the Tony Jannus Award Gala last weekend. Yeah, actually it was a week ago last Thursday. It was on a Thursday night, which was odd. But it was very well attended, and everybody there is just hyper, as you can imagine, about aviation and the work that's going on at Pi. And did you know there was a new airline coming to Pi? Did you know that? What? I can't tell you, it's a secret. Anyway, what? And I also want to extend kudos to Barry for putting together our Tri-County meeting. I thought that was absolutely excellent, and I think it's already been said that we have come a long way with the ability to meet regionally. And because of that, I'm very excited about, well, I was until Renee made that comment about Sean, so I'm not sure if you didn't say anything. Are they still having their 4th annual Summit on Resiliency and Sustainability? And that's on May 9th and 10th, right? At the Clearwater Hilton, which is very well done, I might add. So hopefully you'll all put that on your calendar this year. But I want to tell you a little bit about my trip to London, because it is striking, and I was having a very brief conversation with Commissioner Scott, who I did not know had been to the world travel market. It is really an eye-opener to see 184 countries around the world, and they're all competing with us for destination. So I'm so happy that we put Brian Lowak in that position, because he's got a lot of work to do, and he'll be very busy going forward. But the Florida night that they did was extremely over the top, very, very well done. I had never really had an in-depth conversation with Dana Young, but I did get to have a very good discussion with her, and I'll look forward to sharing that with Barry. You may hear more about it here shortly. I also wanted to share with you that because I didn't hear you say it, David or Brian, but the board, Forward Pinellas, welcomed the new member who replaced Mike Smith, representing the city of Largo. Did you talk about that? No, I didn't. Yeah. Former Commissioner Pat Gerard's husband, Eric Gerard, was appointed, and the board also recognized outgoing Pinellas Trail Security Task Force Chair, Officer Ron Wolfson from the St. Pete Police Department, who is retiring as a police officer after over 3 decades of service. Officer Wolfson has been the chair of that committee for 10 years, and we really appreciate his service to the community as a police officer and all the work that he did to make the Pinellas Trail safer for all these years. I know his work is going to be sorely missed. The newly expanded Forward Pinellas Board of now 19 members is targeted to be fully seated sometime in June or July of next year. Both proposed amendments to the Transportation Improvement Plan and a countywide plan map amendment were passed. The big one on the agenda was the TIP amendment to add 2 toll lanes in both directions from the Howard Franklin Bridge through 38th Avenue North, and I think we can all agree that that is very much needed with the increase in traffic that continues to be an issue. FDOT gave an overview, and you heard from Secretary Gwynn this morning, of the plan for Pinellas. There was also a presentation of the Housing Action Plan, and Commissioner Scott brought up a good point about wanting to get a list of affordable housing stock that's approaching the end of its 30-year cycle, so we can get a feel for what the housing picture will look like as new units planned come online and others go off. Finally, the board decided to keep the board appointments for the TMA Leadership Group and other regional representation committees the same, since we are dealing with a lot of big issues like the regional MPO in the future. And I did want to share with you that, it just went right out of my head. That's terrible when that happens. Whatever it was I was going to say is gone. If I get quiet, it'll come back, so I'll come back around to you if I think of it. I did want to say to Commissioner Peters, though, at the canvassing board meeting, we did talk about the presidential election and what that would look like for those of us that serve on the canvassing board. It will be days and days of preparation. And for everybody's information, they are anticipating that our ballot in 2024 could be up to 4 pages, front and back. So when you think about canvassing all those votes, it's going to be a lot of work. So we'll be partnering up again, it looks like. Yeah, we'll definitely be needing lunch and dinner. Yeah. So I think that's it, if nobody has any.
So I just want to, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, you mentioned FAC, and I had to cancel going because my husband fell and shattered his hip. So I can't leave him alone for 3 days. So would you please send my regards to everybody, and I apologize, I'll miss it. Thank you.
Did he get a new hip? Good for him. Brand new. Medical science is amazing. Okay, kids, see you back here at 6. going to start our public hearing. And first up on the agenda is item number, hold on a second. What? 37. Is item 37.
Madam Chair, if you
Yes.
would like, we could address item number 42.
Thank you. My little colleague over here got me off track. Yes, we're going to take up item 42, which is out of order, but because of the extenuating circumstances of a late submittal, I'm going to let our county attorney speak to it. Jewel.
Excuse me. We did have a request submitted, I believe earlier today, from the applicant to have this case continued. Some of you, or if not all of you, may be aware that we had some late submitted documentation. Your quasi-judicial procedures require that information to be submitted 7 days in advance of your public hearing. We did receive a request to include things in the record yesterday. Because of that, and I know the representative of the applicant is here somewhere, she could certainly speak to this as well, but because of that, the applicant has requested a continuance of this matter tonight. They would be looking for it to be continued to January 30th, 2024. So you all can entertain a motion to continue. Again, I believe we do have the staff's, the applicant's representative here. And Madam Chair, I do believe you have some cards filled out from some other folks. But to be clear, if it was the will of this board to continue this matter, the zoning and development master plan issue before you would be heard in January, not tonight.
Okay. Well, what are the wishes of the board? Commissioner Eggers?
I move that we continue. I think this is a quasi-judicial, and so if there's a request. Okay. Yeah, this is a quasi-judicial process. I want to make sure all the information of record gets in there, and if there are some additional extenuating information that we could use, including potentially whatever that is, I'm willing to wait until January. So I would make a motion to continue to January 30th.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so for members of the public, this item has been continued until January 30th. And so if you'd like to speak to the item on January 30th, then we will take up further consideration of it. Okay? All right, next we're on number 37.
Agenda item 37 is case number CW 23-10. This is a proposal to amend the countywide plan map from residential low medium, residential medium, office, public, semi-public, retail and services, employment and target employment center to multi-model corridor and target employment center regarding 171.6 acres more or less, generally bounded by 68th Avenue North to the north, 45th Street North to the west, 44th Avenue North to the south, and 24th Street North to the east in unincorporated Lellman. Excuse me. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Okay. What are the wishes of the board?
I'd move approval.
Been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I could again, items 38, 39, 40, and 41 are all somewhat related. We do have a minor modification that we would like to get into the record, but just for the benefit of everybody, I asked the clerk to just let me speak this just up front. If you want to kind of take these 4 items sort of in rapid succession, since they are related, this is your Lellman form-based code. So this is completing your comprehensive plan amendment to accomplish that and placing a new future land use category on the area in question. And then it would be the first reading of your land development regulations to accomplish this change. and then the first reading of the zoning change. So those are the 4 items. The change that we are recommending to you all tonight, it is simply to the effective date for those 4 items, only 2 of which you're actually taking action on tonight. That's the comprehensive plan change and the land use amendment. The change would be to make it effective January 1st of 2024. The reason being, this is your land use and your zoning. Normally, you see those things travel together so that we don't create an inconsistency on the properties. This is such a big area that we're talking about. It's all of Lellman for your form-based code that we want to avoid that inconsistency, which would occur for about a month if you were to take action on the land use tonight and not the zoning until December. That's why we're recommending that you simply make it an effective date for all 4 of these items as January 1st. We've already coordinated with the clerk to get the proper ordinances and resolutions in place with the board.
Commissioners, what are your wishes?
And I would recommend that you let the clerk read these items into the record and that you take a separate vote on all 4 items.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 38 is case number CP 2301. This is the second of 2 public hearings to consider a proposal by the Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department to amend the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Category Description Rules, Part 1 FLUM Category Descriptions to add the mixed-use corridor supporting neighborhood park, mixed-use corridor supporting local trade, and mixed-use corridor primary commerce future land use mixed designations to facilitate implementation of the Lellman Form-Based Code and amending the unincorporated Pinellas County Future Land Use Mixed Legend. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Excuse me. Excellent. So what are the wishes of the board? Yes. Commissioner Eggers moves approval, and Commissioner Peters.
And just to be clear, Commissioner Eggers, that does include the change in the effective date.
Commissioner Eggers moved approval. Commissioner Peters seconded it. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Okay. Now we are on 39.
Agenda item number 39 is case number FLU 2304. This is the second of 2 public hearings to consider a proposal by the Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department for a land use change on approximately 168.63 acres from commercial general employment, residential urban, residential medium, residential office limited, residential office general, institutional, and transportation utility to mixed-use corridor supporting neighborhood park from commercial general, residential low, residential urban, residential low medium, residential office general to mixed-use corridor supporting local trade, and from commercial general employment, residential low, residential urban, residential low medium, residential office general to mixed-use corridor primary commerce, comprising various parcels within the Lellman Community Redevelopment Area. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Hearing, I move approval. Yes, thank you.
It's been moved by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Commissioner Peters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. Number 40.
Agenda item number 40 is case number LDR 2301. This is the first of 2 public hearings to consider a request by the Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department to amend the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Section 138-2153, to adopt the Lellman Form-Based Code and adding Article 11, the Lellman Form-Based Code, to Chapter 138 of the Land Development Code. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. What are the wishes of the board?
This is just a first reading, so you really don't need to take action.
We don't? Do we have any public comment? I don't know where Tony went. No discussion? All right, let's move on to item number 41.
Agenda item number 41 is case number ZON 2305. This is the first of two public hearings to consider a request by the Pinellas County Housing and Community Development Department to change the zoning classification of approximately 168.63 acres comprising various parcels within the Lellman Community Redevelopment Area from neighborhood commercial, general commercial and services, employment 1, employment 2, heavy industry, general office, limited office, general institutional, single-family residential, and 1, 2, and 3 family residential to Lellman Form-Based Code District. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
This is the first of two public hearings. The next one will be on December 12th. So what are the wishes of the board?
Again, on this one, there's no need to take action, just to conduct a public hearing.
Okay, so no vote? Okay, number 42. We've already taken that up. Number 43.
Agenda item number 43 is case number ZON 2308. This is a request from Jessica Alvarez for a zoning change from residential plan development to single-family residential on approximately 1.88 acres located on the southeast corner of Westlake Road and Bacchus Road in Palm Harbor. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
All right.
Is there anybody?
What?
Anybody wants to speak or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
There is no one that wants to speak on this item. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this item? No? No. Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, number 44.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Agenda item number 44 is a proposed resolution supplementing the fiscal year 2023 operating budget for unincorporated revenue for general and Star Center funds. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
What are the wishes of the board? Been moved by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Flowers. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. And that ends our public hearing. Is there any further business to come before the board that we need to talk about? Anybody? No? Okay. Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.